Okay, fire away.
All right, we're live. All right, hey kids, welcome back to Rob's Red Hotspot. And this evening, for the first time, I'm going to be doing a Hearts of Iron 4 stream. Those of you who know my channel will know that I have a Hearts of Iron 3 tutorial up. I've got, I don't know, like something like 1,500 hours in that game. I've only got a few hundred hours in Hearts of Iron 4, and I've only really became interested in the newer version of Hearts of Iron when they came out with the Man the Guns DLC. Which is for Naval gameplay, and then also this new No Step Back DLC. So as usual with these paradox,
No step back. What does that really?
It references the Stalin's No Not One Step Back order, which was issued before the Battle of Stalingrad. So basically, yeah, I've got the No Step Back DLC, and I think I've got pretty much every DLC except a couple of the cosmetic ones. So it's kind of a full version of the game. Yeah, as usual with these Paradox streams, my dad will be joining us, just kind of watching along. He's just watching on a Discord stream. And yeah, so let's and this is the first time I think, Dad, you've seen Hearts of Iron 4 at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm a complete newbie to it.
All right, and we played some Hearts of Iron 3 last night, finished up a Soviet campaign. So I'm going to go with a new game here. So there's two scenarios we can start. I'll say this for the benefit of Dad and anyone who's watching this who hasn't played Hearts of Iron 4 before. So there's two scenarios. The vast majority of players picked the 1936 scenario. The 39 scenario is, I guess, in some ways more historical because you have to deal with all of the problems that, whatever country you're playing as dealt with. You don't get any opportunity to kind of customize your country, but we're going to go with the 36 start. And we can pick a country here, or we can go to the select country map. These are the suggested countries, and then there's some other suggestions down here. I don't mind how they do this, because certainly, but we go to the select country map. Certainly, if you select Cuba or something like that, it's going to be a difficult game. So I'll just talk a little bit about this.
A life full of weirdness, yes.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just going to talk a little bit about the game rules. Actually, there's not much I'm going to change. You can, of course, go into the custom game rules here, and you can strengthen specific countries, which, from what I understand, is the best way to increase the difficulty. So I'm not going to change anything here. I kind of want to just, feature this DLC. But yeah, there's a bunch of custom rules. You can set up like alternate history rules here, or you can just make the game more challenging and stuff like that. So this is kind of cool, and certainly something that's not in earlier versions of Hearts of Iron and stuff like that. But yeah, so I'm just gonna go with regular difficulty. I'm not super good at this game. I'm not like so I'm gonna go regular difficulty, and I just want to sort of see how the new DLC works with the UK. I have done a few kind of test runs on my own to get a sense of what we can do. We're going to select the UK. A lot of people have been playing the Soviet Union and Germany because this DLC really heavily focuses specifically the Soviet Union, but also because it focuses on the Eastern Front and the Soviet Union. That has a strong effect on Germany's game. But I want to play as the UK. I want to see how these new supply rules in particular affects a predominantly naval country. So we'll just hit start. And there we go. Wow, that sound effect is quite loud. I'm just going to double check here. How do I get into this? We go. Yeah, I think there's an audio thing. Oh yeah, I didn't adjust ambient objects. Okay, that's like the ambient sound. I wonder whether that's... I think that should be fine. Okay. No. I want to lower the sound effects a bit. It's hard for me to gauge how loud the sound effects are for the viewers, but I just kind of gauge it against, the voice and everything. But let me know if the sound sounds weird. Okay, so I'll run through some basics, again, for the benefit of you, Dad, and it's similar to Hearts of Iron 3 in a number of ways, but there's lots of stuff that's different. So I'm just going to go through these notifications, and you'll just kind of figure it out as we go along here. But basically, we've got 4 research slots. We're able to get more research slots through the focus tree, which I'll show you in a second. But let's just select standard research stuff. So in 1936, we want to start out by grabbing a lot of industrial stuff. So this one, like basic machine tools, opens up some industry techs that we're going to want. The techs are dated, so there's a penalty for researching ahead of time. So we're going to go for the production efficiency here. Basically, we just want to have stronger industry. We're an allied country. We don't have particularly strong industrial laws and everything at the start of the game. So, and we'll go for construction, which is construction speed, and factory repair speed. Then we're going to go over to the engineering tab here and grab mechanical computing, which increases our research speed by 4%. So that's really, these are kind of fundamental technologies, and that leaves us one slot to actually research some stuff. One thing that's new with the No Step Back DLC is that there is basically there's sort of the doctrine research used to be in research, but now you pay for the doctrine with Army, Navy, and Air experience. So that's a completely different dynamic, and one that I actually quite like. I know some of the min-maxing players are finding that they're able to race through the doctrines really fast and stuff, but just there's so many interesting technologies that it kind of sucks to have to use up research slots for doctrines. So anyway, typically as the UK, I would research the Hurricane first, which is the 1936 Fighter 1 technology. You would think as the UK that you want to put a lot of research into the Navy, but I tend to opt for a little bit more of a quantity over quality approach to the Navy, because, you know, if we want to protect our convoys, we're actually in some ways better off trying to do that using air power than sea power. If we get really high-tech aircraft, we're going to be able to effectively scout out sea zones and you know, really tip the balances in the naval game that way, rather than building super powerful ships. But we'll get into some naval stuff too, for sure. All right. We have civilian factories and military factories that are free right now. What we want to do is we want to build... I'm going to build civilian factories for sure. So we have one province that has 100% infrastructure here. So factories build faster in higher infrastructure states. So we're going to just queue up a whole bunch in the Greater London area here. And previously, before No Step Back, most players considered it, most of what I've read anyway, most players considered it basically a waste to invest in infrastructure. But with No Step Back, it actually has a lot of bonuses. When you increase, so there were 5 levels of infrastructure instead of 10. There were 10 in the previous one, in the previous DLC. But you see, if we increase the infrastructure here in Yorkshire, because Yorkshire produces 128 steel, we get plus 14 steel. And infrastructure, from what I understand, is basically just cheaper to build in No Step Back. So that's, you know, that's really, really useful. You know, I'm just going to double check our streaming setting right quick. Give me a second here. I just want to double check on... I'll open a YouTube Studio window here and make sure everything is okay. Give me a second here. Takes so long to get to this. Let's see here. There we go. I want to just take a look here. Okay. All right, we're all good. Yep, everything's fine. Sorry about that. Okay, so yeah, we're going to build infrastructure in Yorkshire, and then once Yorkshire is maxed out, so just one level of infrastructure, we'll start building civilian factories there. And I think it's worth it because supply is more important, so it increases the supply in that province. It also gives us resources, and then it speeds up the factory construction afterwards. So we're kind of losing some civilian factories in order to build the infrastructure, but once the infrastructure builds, we'll get more civilian factories in the long run, plus other bonuses. So I don't know if it pays off in terms of how many factories you get by like 1939 or whatever, but I'm not going to worry too much about it. I like building infrastructure. So this is the national focus tree, which is, you know, kind of one of the main... It's sort of similar to EU4's data, sort of similar to EU4's what are they called? The mission tree or whatever it's called in EU4, in the sense that here we can sort of make major choices for our country and get bonuses. Now, they're not missions that you have to complete. You just select them and they take time to complete, and then you sort of work your way down, and some of them have prerequisites and stuff. So I'm not going to do anything.
Sort of like automatic, but you're sort of starting where the focus is, or
well,
or
you
what?
have to accomplish certain things to unlock certain ones. So
Okay.
and so here we can start with this part of the tree here for the UK is basically a lot of industrial stuff. So limited rearmament, and you can see it takes 70 days to complete, and then we get 2 civilian factories, 4 in total. Sorry, 2 in 2 provinces, and then. You've also got, these are mutually exclusive. So you've got reinforce the empire or revisit colonial policy. And reinforce the empire is focused on essentially defending the empire. Revisit colonial policy is focused on sort of, getting self-government across the empire so you sort of don't have to deal with it. And this is, I tend to think it's a bit weaker. I'm going to try and defend the empire. And then we've also got a political tree here. Where we can choose to actually veer fascist or communist if we want to, which I think is totally goofy as the UK. I pretty much never do this. Some people like this because if you go fascist, you can become belligerent faster and you can do more conquest. But I generally like the democratic game as the UK. So we're not going to fuck with that. And then we've also got, this is the steady as she goes tree, which is the historical route, more or less. But it branches off in 2 separate directions here. We can focus on home defense, which will give us a series of missions related to the kind of immediate area of, like the sort of, European theater. So Swedish intervention, Danish intervention, secure Belgium, secure the Netherlands, stuff like that. And then the global defense tree here focuses on just more global stuff, basically. More kind of being the world's policeman, so to speak. The home defense one also allows you to get some earlier war goals. Basically, any country that becomes aggressive, you can attack. Whereas this tree, global defense, allows you to kind of get into the war earlier. So I'm actually going to go on this tree here. A lot of people think that this one's better if you're just sort of min-maxing the game, but this tree is really interesting too. And the one that I want to do here, sorry?
It's a little mysterious as to how these mechanics interact, but that's fine.
You'll see as we go along. So
yeah.
So this one here will allow us to basically oust Neville Chamberlain earlier and stop the policy of appeasement. And at that point, we'll be able to either intervene more in Europe, but what I want to do actually is, before the war starts, I want to attack Iraq and Iran and take their oil resources, so that I'm a little bit more oil independent and don't have to depend quite so heavily on the United States. I think it's an interesting way to play.
So what was the state of Iraq and Iran at this point? I thought Britain really already had at least Iraq.
They were basically British.
And they had the company. They had the company with the rights in Iran, I thought.
Well, they were British allies, and Britain was already investing in oil. Like Iraq was actually a British protectorate. It's interesting. In Heartsfire 3, you start with Iraq as a puppet. In Heartsfire 4, they leave Iraq independent, which is kind of interesting because there was an uprising in Iraq prior to World War, or just at the start of World War II.
They were making the analogies with the Americans, only the Americans went in it even stupider than the British, right?
Yeah. Well, that's World War I history, basically. They did have Iraq as a sort of puppet state of sorts, but it kind of revolted against them, as did Iran. And so they did actually attack Iraq and Iran in early World War II. And we're going to do that even earlier, though. We're going to really send some tanks in or whatever and just grab that oil and make sure that oil doesn't fall into enemy hands and stuff like that. So, all right, let's just do our military factories here. So this is kind of neat. Basically, we've got dockyards and military factories, which are kind of independent of one another. Dockyards produce ships. Military factories produce equipment, basically. So I am going to... Let's just go through these one at a time, actually. And I think I will... I'm not going to collapse them yet, but I will. Okay, so in the infantry and artillery equipment here, I'm going to start building trucks, which will mean that we'll be able to just have more heavily motorized units, which I think is going to be useful. And we also need trucks for our supply lines as part of the DLC, so super important. What else do I want to build in here? I don't think I need any anti-air or anything for the time being. But we basically are just going to build infantry equipment, towed artillery, support equipment, and trucks from that category. In the armored vehicles category, we start out building these very basic light tanks. And I'm going to keep building them. The reason being, I want to have some, even if they're horrendously out of date and like there would be no good fighting against Germany or even Italy, they are going to be perfectly fine for fighting against Iraq and Iran, who don't really have any armored vehicles to speak of. We could also start building a medium tank, but I don't think we're going to. I don't think we're going to do a lot of medium tanks because we're not going to deploy troops in Europe, I don't think, until much, much later. We're really going to try and nip away at the edges of the Axis before trying to, I don't want to defend France. It's a fucking hassle, frankly. I've done it before. There is a way to do it, but it's not that interesting. Okay, let's look at the aircraft now. So we've got interwar fighters, again, horrendously out of date, but not out of date for dealing with Iraq and Iran. So we're going to keep producing these. Our production efficiency is maxed out on these, so we might as well. I'm going to also build lots of other kinds of aircraft. Our close air support are actually pretty up to date. So that sound effect is too loud. Sorry, first time I was trading this game.
What would the close air support be doing at this stage?
Close air support is going to be doing ground attacks. We can also use them to attack shipping. So they're just light bombers basically, but later on they'll be particularly good at harassing enemies on the ground. We're also going to go for. I'm going to reorder these actually so that I can see what I'm doing. I'm gonna start building carrier fighters even though they're out of date, just so that I make sure I have a stockpile of carrier fighters. And so interwar fighter.
These are to defend the fleet, and they're throwaway anyways, in the sense that you're going to keep.
I'll upgrade them later. I don't need very many of them. I only need like a couple hundred. We start the game with 5 carriers, 2 of which are small escort carriers. So we're not going to need a huge number of them, but I am going to build them. Naval bombers we'll build as well. Those are really, really, really useful. Even these are the ferry swordfish, which were used actually, even though they were an early 1930s design, they were used throughout World War II for anti-submarine warfare and stuff like that, and that's what we're going to use them for. Carrier naval bombers.
Use swordfish for anti-submarine. Wow.
Yeah, they did right until the end of the war. Actually, the ferry swordfish is considered by many to be the most successful naval bomber of the war, simply because it was used from start to finish. And even though it was super slow and couldn't compete with any enemy aircraft, it had a few advantages that made it particularly good. So I'm going to also build... Sorry?
Which were what?
Well, it flew very...
landing off a ship.
They were easy to fly. They were very easy to fly. And they were easy to land on ships. They didn't take up a lot of deck space on the carriers. And they were easy to fly off of like makeshift converted merchant... the kind of converted merchant ships they were using for anti-submarine warfare. And then also because they flew slower, the anti-aircraft guns on modern ships were not able to track them because they were configured for faster flying aircraft. So it was just a weird fluke that what should have been a horrendously out-of-date fighter was actually surprisingly useful. I'm gonna build.
They couldn't aim their guns by hand. Okay, yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess I don't know if they maybe could have, but the Bismarck wasn't able to. It's swordfish that sunk the Bismarck. Okay, let's.
I was gonna say, I think so, yeah.
And the attack.
And that's why they. Okay, wow.
And that's why the attack on Taranto as well was done by something like 24 swordfish or something, and they sunk, just using the torpedoes. So I'm going to also build transport planes, just take some, give myself an extra military factory there. I'm going to build transport planes from the start. You can see that our efficiency is so low that we're only going to get 1 per year, but even if I have a few dozen of these, they're actually quite useful with the new supply system. We can use them to air supply and then eventually use them to...
I assume in this game what you do is you anticipate what ended up being the tactics, which was, yes, aircraft with aircraft carriers to deal with the submarines ultimately.
Yeah.
And a slight twist, they did have better armaments, right? With the Aztec, they changed from the depth charge to what was known as Hedgehog.
Yep, which we can do in this game as well. So, basically I've got, I'm going to just build some infantry equipment, towed artillery, and like that. I think that's fine. Let's go and choose our national focus. I'm just going through these in order. Limited rearmament is going to be useful. So we're going to grab that, get some extra civilian factories, but we are going to want to go down the steady as she goes one as soon as we can so we can start those early wars early. No divisions in basic training. I don't think I'm going to train any divisions for the time being. I will, however, what I'm going to do is just select all these guys. I want to, select all these guys. I want to deselect the regular units, the ones that are already trained. Okay, that should be good. I'm not going to move all the units around. I don't find it's really worth doing. I'm just going to assign a general with a high supply consumption skill. So this guy will do, just so that it reduces the amount of supply that these guys consume, even during peacetime. I think that works that way. And then we'll just select these regular ones here, put them in another army, and we'll select another guy with high supply, maybe that guy, Alexander. And I'm going to assign both of these armies to an army group, and once again pick Montgomery here, who was not a field marshal in 1936, but is in this game apparently. And we're going to give Monty command of that because he also reduces the supply consumption. So that will be good for us. We'll be able to deploy troops all around the world easier like that. And that's that. I'm not going to make theaters yet. We're just going to keep all the troops where they are. We do have, just to give you a sense, Dad, of where we have troops around the map. Oh, I guess we can see here. But we've got some troops. We've got these colonial garrisons. Kind of, there's one in Gibraltar, in Malta. We have kind of a small army of really basic garrisons in Egypt. So you see the Canal Brigade, Cavalry Brigade, stuff like that. We also have a couple of West African divisions and a handful of divisions in East Africa. And there's a garrison here in Aden. And then we've got a small garrison in Ceylon, or Sri Lanka as it's known today, and a small garrison in Malaysia and Hong Kong. And I think that pretty much covers it. We're going to mostly leave those troops where they are, but we're going to kind of reorganize them and add more troops eventually. I do think, one thing we might recruit would be kind of neat. Normally, when I play single player, I don't defend the UK at all. I just prevent invasions using the Navy. But maybe we'll kind of do that a bit differently. We'll see here. Let's go into here and let's look at our division templates for now. This is a really central part of Hearts of Iron 4 and one of people's favorite parts of the game. So we start out with these templates, and it actually costs us like army points here to modify these templates. And our templates at the start of the war are not particularly optimal in a number of ways. Actually, this is a decent small motorized division. We might want to build some of those eventually. And you can see the support divisions here, engineers and cavalry recon. I would probably swap out the cavalry recon for a motorized recon. Could be interesting though. Our infantry division has support artillery and an engineer company, and then it's just a triangle division. And these cavalry brigades are pretty useless. These tank brigades are really problematic. The British, and this was true in World War II, the British did not, at the start of the war, have an armored division. They did not have an armored division, and that was one of their biggest weaknesses. They were attaching these brigades to essentially other divisions or using them as these independent brigades, and it cost them in the Battle of France, and it really cost them as well in the Western Desert, fighting the Italians and the Germans. Once Rommel's panzer divisions got to North Africa, the fact that they were using these kind of independent brigades meant that they weren't coordinating with the infantry. So we'll work on that for sure. These colonial garrisons are just small, very small, basic infantry units, and I don't think that we're going to use this. We're not going to use this at all. What we will do, though, I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to name it. We'll call it like the Home Army or something. Home Guard Army. What do they call it? The Home Army or something? The like old men with
the Home Guard.
The Home Guard. Okay, we'll call it the Home Guard. And then I'm really particular about my unit naming, so I'm gonna select, where is it here? They have actually garrison divisions here. I'm just gonna build these just for flavor. Some of you who are watching this, you'll notice I'm not like an optimal player. I like to do some things just for historical flavor. So let's update that, and these home guards, we can train some of these, and we'll use them to guard our ports at home. So let's just have them deploy in London for now, and I'm just going to build a limited number of them. And those will just be port guards. We'll just build these county divisions here, which is I really like the historical unit names. So yeah, we're also going to I'm just going to change here in our occupation policies here. I'm going to change the template that we use for occupation to cavalry. And that's going to, yeah, we're going to need more support equipment. So let's actually just go and change that. Hang tight. We'll just go like this for now and max out support equipment. Or no, that's artillery. Support equipment so that we get, replenish our garrisons. Cavalry is the best garrison units. Those are for off-map garrisons. And then there's one other thing I wanted to do. I am going to work on turning these into armored divisions. We're going to add some motorized units to them. Actually, it might be cheaper to do it from the motorized template. Hang tight. Yeah, maybe we could, how much does it cost to switch these to armor? 35? And that's going to be better because it starts out with the recon and the engineer already. And then how much would it cost to change this to motorized recon? 45.
The most, the closer you get on land units to, a true modern unit, a truly well integrated tank and artillery and infantry army.
Yeah, I'm mostly using a lot of people a lot of people do really weird stuff with these with the division designer here.
Pardon me.
And I mostly go with a kind of historical way of doing things. So I'm going to I guess I'll duplicate this. And we'll call it... Actually, let me just see here. I just want to see if it's actually cheaper. It might not be cheaper. What if we just switch this one over here? Yeah, it's the same... No, because it starts with the support divisions. Okay, so we'll duplicate this. And we'll call it armored... Oops. What did I just do? I didn't delete something on the map. Armored division... And we'll use the names from the armored divisions, which are here. And we'll just update that. And then once we get some army experience, we'll actually design we'll put basically an armored brigade in here. And that will be much, much better. Where'd that go? Down here. Okay, can I reorder these? No, I can't. Okay. The motorized division we'll keep as well. And right, so I'm not going to... What I'm going to do, though, I think our overseas troops, the ones that we already have deployed, some of them are using that colonial garrison, the colonial garrison template. I think I'm going to switch all of these over to... an infantry one. In fact, I'll also switch the cavalry brigades over to infantry. I think that makes sense. Do I want to switch the cavalry ones to... Nah, we need the infantry. Okay, so I'm just going to change the division template of those ones to infantry. And then if I want to, just for kicks, I'm going to just change the names to give them actual infantry names. Because it drives me nuts when the names are... This is just me being weird, but I do enjoy the fun historical division names.
I never take the time to edit anything. City names, unit names.
Well, this is what's cool is that I'm actually just taking them out of a list of historical units. So it's actually not that. It's not that onerous. It's just like I wish there was a way I could do it all at once.
In
but
Civ 6, you have to make it up yourself.
No, exactly. Well, that's what's cool about this game is there's just like a big database of historical names. So I'm hoping we get there we go. The 11th East African. The West African divisions were actually a big deal in the... Where's the West African ones? There they are. I want these two. The West African divisions were a big deal in the Burma theater. They were really essential as part of William Slim's troops over here. So anyway, that's enough. I think that's pretty much enough housekeeping here. I'm going to wait a bit. We can start an intelligence agency, which takes up civilian factories, but I'm going to actually build some civilian factories before we start consuming them by our intelligence agency. That looks pretty good to me. Let's start drilling drilling these troops, because some of them are, like you can see, they're trained, but they're not. What is it called when they're fully trained? Regulars. They're not regulars yet. They're sort of untrained units. Although a lot of them are under strength, so I just don't want them to. They shouldn't attrit until they disappear. That should be fine. Okay, we can go to speed 4. Oh yeah, we also need to organize the Navy, which is all over the place. It's divided into 4 fleets right now: Home Command, Mediterranean Command, North and South America's Command, and Far East Commands. I'm not going to use the historical. I'm just going to take, where is it? Where's the reserve fleet? There we go. Take this guy, move it to port in London, and then I'll merge everybody afterwards. I'll just merge them all and make new fleets, because this is a semi-functional order of battle for the Navy, but I'd rather rework it, so we'll do that. We'll have lots of time to do that. Okay, that guy's there, and now what I want to do is select all these guys, deselect the reserve fleet, and I just want to merge them all to the reserve fleet. It's actually reasonably quick, and then we just...
I would say the one big difference in playing a game like this, obviously, is the constraints compared to like a civ game. Your actions are prefaced by what you know is going to happen.
Yeah, well, certainly in World War II now, I've turned historical AI focus on. If you turn that off, then it can get really wonky and you have no idea what's going to happen. So I like to play with the historical.
Because then it's more like a civ game, like just build your society as tall and as broad as you can get, and then go at it when you want to.
Yep, exactly. So you can really, I haven't done much play in that. I like the historical kind of war simulation type thing. When we just moved our entire fleet, we can see that moving our entire fleet basically uses all of our fuel supply in a handful of days. So it's not something we should do all the time. But we'll send.
Very interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so you can see, like, right now, this is how many days until our fuel supply is empty, and you can see that it's changing actually, because as they arrive in port, there's 42 ships on their way to arrive in port right now. As they arrive in port, we're consuming less, so it's going to take us 5 years to fill our fuel supply. We've still got 32 ships coming. Those are the ones that are coming all the way from China, the ones that were based in Hong Kong, and still got 25 on the way.
Does that mean then, though, you basically don't have anybody in the Pacific?
Well, all I'm doing right now is merging them all in London, so that I can, or I guess the mouth of the Thames or whatever, so that I can reorganize them. I'm just reorganized. I'll send them all back out afterwards. Okay, and then a couple of ships have actually completed that were under construction. A couple of these destroyers. Now we're going to go to look at our naval production here. Those were 2, I think, H-class destroyers. So these are basically, we can see in the naval builder here, what we're building right now are these kind of just all-rounder destroyers. They've got a couple of torpedo tubes, they've got depth charges, they've got basic sonar, basic anti-aircraft, and like, we'll keep building these for now. I don't really want to expend naval experience designing super specialized destroyers right now, but I will actually reorganize. We've got 2 classes of cruiser in production right now, the Leander class and the Town class. The Town class are kind of beefy light cruisers. They're actually, I've looked into all these classes historically. The Town class were actually, they were almost like small heavy cruisers. They were sort of treaty cruisers in a sense. They're okay. The torpedo tubes are a bit of a waste on a light cruiser. Frankly, I wouldn't put torpedoes on a cruiser, but I'm not going to change them. It's not worth the expenditure to like upgrade these ships or whatever. We'll just keep them as they are. They're pretty good middle of the road light cruisers. The Leander class have a what is this? They have aircraft like scout planes on them, float planes. So the float planes give us surface detection. So I am going to I can change the logo here. I want to identify all of the Leander class cruisers, and those are a big priority. We're going to use these as our predominant patrol ship. So let's just, actually, I'm going to just collapse all these.
The game give you really a lot of credit in terms of like convoy protection using something like that?
Well, I'm not going to use them for convoy protection. I'm going to use them for patrols. We'll send them out.
Whatever. Yeah.
We'll send them out to discover enemy fleets, and then our strike forces will go out and attack them. So what I want to do here is I want to just collapse these categories for now so I can see all of them. We've also got some of these really shitty old school submarines, but I'm not going to worry too much about that. What I want to do is I want to double up the Leander class ones because I want those. The town class, we've got a few queued up here. I'm just going to build them very slowly. I'm not going to prioritize them. And I also want these destroyers to finish as soon as possible. These are just kind of basic interwar destroyers. The Ark Royal, which is a carrier. Let's look at the Ark Royal, which is a fairly successful carrier, even though it got sunk it actually sunk because of a weird accident. But it was a pretty cool carrier. It was designed for use in the Pacific, if you can believe it. So it had a bigger flight deck than the other British carriers that were built during the interwar period. And it was the first purpose-built aircraft carrier in the Royal Navy. And I think the first purpose-built aircraft carrier, one of the firsts, period. It was built in the late 20s, I think, or something. Or it was laid down in the late 20s. So it's got these 3 flight decks, and then it doesn't have any radar. So that's something we should look into eventually, getting some radar on our carriers, basic anti-air, stuff like that. But it'll be a useful ship. I'm gonna complete that. A lot of people don't bother with capital ships as the UK, but I'll put some shipyards on it for sure. Once those shipyards free up. Okay.
Well, I would think the fun thing to be playing as Britain in this game would be to be probably being a little more direct in terms of choices.
Yeah, we're not going to build any battleships. OBP Super Gamer, welcome to the stream. And I can't read the other name there. Welcome to the stream as well. Okay, George V is dead, so we're going to get Edward the VIII, who makes us unstable, but that sucks. He won't be there for long. Spoilers. How are we doing on that support equipment? Let me just double check here. Support equipment. Yeah, we need to finish this up. 2 per day. That's going to take a while to catch up. And how long is it taking for us to recruit these ridiculous home guard divisions? It's going to take a while. That's okay. We can lower their priority later. Okay, actually, now that we've replenished a bit of fuel here, I'm going to do a quick thing here. I want to start drilling these ships to get naval experience. So these ones here are already more experienced, so I'm just going to grab the ones that are already slightly trained, and we're just going to finish up their training. We'll take the county class guys, and it's actually basically by class. I've done this a million times, so I kind of know which ones we need. That should be good. The VW class are very old destroyers, but those are going to be the ones we use for convoy protection. I'm going to do more or less what the British did historically, which is to use the oldest destroyers for convoy protection, and to keep our more valuable, sort of more high-tech naval assets for strike missions and stuff like that, you know, for ship-to-ship combat rather than just convoy protection. And that works in this game. It's a reasonably good strategy. We'll see. Okay. There we go. We've got one more in here that needs to go over there. Okay, that was pretty quick. All right, and then I'm just going to take this fleet here and set it to drilling. We will use up all of our fuel by drilling this many ships at once, but let's put automatic split off on so that if ships get damaged, because there can be training accidents, they don't sink. We don't want them to sink. We want them to go home to port and repair. So you can see, like, we can only do this for like 50 days. I think if you train them, if you drill them...
Now, is there crossover between that and whatever's going to happen with the Air Force?
Yes, there is. Right now, I want to get some naval experience.
Or are you fucking... Okay, fine.
So I'm not going
to... over the Air
yeah,
Force
well, if I use...
Stuff. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I've got 50 days of fuel to drill. Like, that's only about a third of our Navy. But actually, it's a lot of... most of our capital ships are here. Like, we've got 3 carriers. Actually, while the carriers are drilling, let's organize their air groups here. So you can see we can determine on each aircraft carrier what balance of fighters and bombers we use. So some people, like, one thing you can do is you can have one carrier that's like a fighter carrier and one carrier that's a bomber carrier. You can rejig the balance based on what theater you're in. I am just going to set everything to half and half, which is maybe not optimal, but I find it works okay. So we're just going to set everything to half and half, and that way nothing is particularly underprotected. You never know where we're going to be operating, and I'm not going to be like the carriers with the larger flight decks are better for the Pacific theater, whereas the smaller carriers are going to be better for, you know, anti-submarine warfare and stuff like that. And a lot of these older carriers, once we build some more modern carriers, we'll maybe cycle them out and put them into our anti-submarine warfare. We'll make some specialized ASW units later. We'll see. Okay, so I'm gonna drill these. If we run out of fuel, we can still do naval. We can still do what is it called? Naval drills or whatever. Naval exercises. That's what they're called. Okay, that's the hood is done because it's the pride of the fleet, so it trains a little bit faster. And I'm gonna maybe go to speed 5 soon. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff to manage in the early game. Okay, so that actually was without any incidents. Nobody got damaged, so we'll send them home. And now this fleet here, I'm gonna actually divide it into a new fleet so that I can just keep it separate. I'm gonna split this up into 2 chunks. Is that even worth doing? Yeah, let's just, what is it again? It's D. Yeah, we'll do it in 2 chunks so that we don't use, so hopefully we can keep a little bit of a reserve of fuel, and we'll just drill that one. It's gonna take a little bit longer because these are all completely fresh. Completely undrilled ships. That gives us naval experience, which we can spend to design new ships. As well, and among other things. So we actually are gaining fuel now. Because these are mostly...
Oh, okay. All right. So the objective is to get better ships.
Yeah, well, this does 2 things. First of all, it increases the combat effectiveness of these existing ships.
Sure.
Lol broke, welcome to the stream. Good evening to you as well. So it gives these guys combat bonuses. You can see they have a -10 damage and -10 defense malice because they have no training. So I don't know that during wartime we'll probably just send fresh ships right out. You know, of course, historically they would probably drill them, but or what is this called? Do the naval exercises. One thing I've done in the past as England is if you send your fresh ships out to like the Caribbean or something, you can actually do your naval drills like outside of a combat area and drill your fresh ships. I usually don't bother though; it's just too much. Okay, so Germany has remilitarized the Rhineland, which is their first national focus in historical mode, basically. So we're going to issue a protest. We don't really have a choice here. At the same time, Turkey finished its first focus, which is part of this. The whole Balkan DLC is a little bit weird. I'm not a big fan of it, but anyway, we're gonna support the remilitarization of the Turkish Straits, which just gives us navy experience. So why not? And then we completed limited rearmament. So after limited rearmament, we have a few choices. The ones that we really want to get is the Shadow Scheme here, which gives us access to a new research slot down here, as well as giving us industrial bonuses. But it's locked until the world tension is at 5%. Current world tension is at almost 5%, but it's not there yet. So we're just going to do another focus while we wait. We could do Reinforce the Empire, or we could do Steady as She Goes. I think I'm going to go Steady as She Goes. Okay, and just so we make sure that we have all of that set up so that we can do that early war against Iraq. And yeah, so we'll just wait until that focus completes. We're also trying to save up some political power here. Nothing to get worked up about, surely. The remilitarization of the Rhineland. Yeah, no, nothing bad could come of that. Turkey compromises on remilitarization of the Straits? Sure, okay. Okay. Turkey remilitarizes the Turkish Straits, and it says, a great day for peace. There is a sense of irony in this game. Okay, we've got extra shipyards because more ships have completed. I'm hearing lots of background noise there, Dad. I don't know what's going on. Okay.
Just doing some home construction, that's all.
Oh, yeah. Okay, all right. I want to put some more shipyards into the destroyers and these kind of scout cruisers. That's fine. Looks good to me. Okay, and this reserve fleet, I'll just mix into this guy. There we go. Just continuing to train these guys up. Once we get everybody trained, we will...
But are you not also going to have to do the same thing with your Air Force?
Yeah, we will. Doesn't take too long. I mean, we don't have to, but we should. It's not a bad idea. Oh, so yeah, our first... We're saving up political power here, which we're going to use for a number of things. A lot of things to use political power for in this new DLC. We've also got some... A lot of these old heavy cruisers, some of which are not particularly strong designs. Like, why would you put torpedoes on a heavy cruiser? What were you thinking, Royal Navy?
Well, because they were thinking large formation encounters like Jutland.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think they kind of hedged their bets. Like, they put all different kinds of armaments on a lot of ships. So this naval exercises. Okay. All right, we've got free factories here. That means our infrastructure finished up in where was it? Yorkshire, right? Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna build some civilian factories in Yorkshire now that it's at full infrastructure. And I think we can also do our intelligence agency now. We've freed up some factories, so it won't slow us down too much. We can call it SIS, sure. Special Intelligence Service or something like that. We're still saving up support equipments. Decisions available. I am going to do those decisions. Give refuge to, that's in political actions here, give refuge to the German scientists and Italian scientists, which increases our research speed. Lowers our stability, but increases...
Freebie. Really tough choice.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do it yet, because there's something I want first. I don't know if... Yeah. Anyway, we'll see. Let's go to speed 5 for a bit. I'm going to pay attention to... Oops. Treaty of Addis Ababa. So Ethiopia... Oh yeah, I forgot to even watch the... Italy was at war with Ethiopia. Sorry, my phone just made a sound. Okay.
Oh, it was your phone? Okay.
No, my phone made a... Yeah, no. I guess my microphone picks that up. That's annoying. What do I want to do here? Just want to keep an eye on what's going on here. These guys are still not trained because they are low strength. We have to... I just want to make sure that they're not going to collapse because they're so low strength. Okay, these guys are fine. Oh yeah, I didn't put automatic split off. We should definitely keep repairing ships. Okay. We're gonna wait until we save up enough political power for a political advisor here. We're gonna pick this Philip Kerr guy. There we go. This guy gives us plus 15% political power, so I like to grab him first because then we just get more of this and we're able to make a lot more decisions more quickly. Okay. These guys are almost done training. We're at 32 naval experience. What do we got here? Oh, that's the second London Naval Conference, which we could bow out of, but we're not going to. It just makes people angry at us. And we're not going to build any big...
It's funny, Hearts of Iron 4 is sufficiently different from Hearts of Iron 3 that,
Yeah.
There's a lot of mastery between the two games. I don't know how you acquire it that quickly.
Well...
Of course, you played this as long as I've played Civ 6.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Not this one, but... Okay, so what do we want to do next here? Yeah. Shadow Scheme is still not available. 5% world tension. I might actually not do a world focus for a bit here and just wait until the world tension goes up. It's going to go up when the civil war fires here in Spain, so I might wait a bit. Nah, let's not. Let's just grab one. That's kind of a game.
What is your objective to initiate combat? Like, I mean, are you...
Well, we're gonna go down this route here, but there's some requirements for this one. So let's grab global defense. I'd rather actually... I want to get this one here. Let's grab global defense, and hopefully it will work out. Really hoping I can get this shadow scheme. I think this time's out. Let's do it this way. Hopefully the Spanish Civil War will start within 70 days. Global defense. Okay. All right. Otherwise, it's really going to slow us down. Now, I could also change my trade policy to free trade, which would give us faster research by 5%, but it has a lot of negative effects. It means that a lot of our resources are going to the market rather than being reserved for kind of our own national use, so I'm not going to do that. Okay, we need to build out this intelligent agency here. I'm going to start by forming a cryptology department, which will allow us to start cracking the cipher of Germany and other countries that we think we're going to be at war with. None of these guys are trained yet. How's the Navy doing? Just keeping an eye on that. Okay, they're still drilling. All right. The London Naval Conference is almost over. This will safeguard peace better than any super battleship. Of course. Of course it will. Naval conference over. War averted. Game over.
Yeah, exactly.
You can actually back out of the naval conference, which allows you to build bigger battleships, but we're not going to build any battleships. We start with 15. We're going to just use the 15 ones that we have, and they're actually, you know, we've got a couple of good ones in there, and we don't need new battleships. Okay. So, we're not building any destroyers right now. I could design a new destroyer, but I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm just going to build more of these H-class destroyers for a while. So we'll just
okay, so what are you going to get if you build a better destroyer?
We haven't really done any naval research, and I want to save these points for something else, but we could, for example...
I mean, until you have like really good radar or something important like that, yeah.
Well, we could get better depth charges if we research that. We could get better torpedo tubes. We could get better sonar, better anti-aircraft. Like, we can upgrade each of these components. I'm just going to stick with what we have for now. So we're using the... Like, we can look at the outdated ones too. We could also build an outdated one, which some people do, actually. You can build these... It's almost like you're building a Corvette rather than a destroyer or something. You can just build, like, a really, really simple hull and just use them as cannon fodder, which is... It costs...
Well, they weren't used as cannon fodder. I mean, if you think about the Canadian Navy of corvettes, of which there was many, 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 they had exactly what you needed. They had depth charges and...
Yep.
And
well, we could do that.
Eventually.
I mean, if we wanted to build a cheaper destroyer, what we could do is we could slap... this one's already got depth charges. We could slap sonar on like a super old... This one doesn't have any anti-aircraft, but if we wanted to use these as convoy escorts or something, we could use the cheaper, older hull, and that would be 860 production cost, and we could just build these super...
All I'm driving at is that with your Navy fleet, I mean, you've already got your, aircraft carrier thing sorted out. You're not doing the battleship. With the destroyer, the question is what are your critical gaps right now, and fill them, which I suspect will be on the radar front, because it has very little purpose other than anti-submarine convoys or
they're also used
troop landing support, right?
Well, keep in mind we also need to make sure we have enough destroyers to screen our capital ships. So rather than spend a bunch of points here designing 6 different models, I'm going to build like one all-purpose destroyer, and that also leads to so I'm going to build an all-purpose destroyer, and that's why I'm going with the larger 1936 hull. But we'll use our old ships. We'll use our oldest destroyers to do convoy hunting. Now, here we go. We've completed basic machine tools. Now, we have a choice. This is a mutually exclusive choice in industry. We can build concentrated industry or dispersed industry. Concentrated industry gives you more industry, like, faster. Dispersed industry is harder to bomb, which is going to be good for us, and it gives you less... Your factory output is less, but your production efficiency, which are two kind of related statistics, is better in the long run. So dispersed industry is sort of a long game type way of doing things, whereas concentrated industry is if you want to get a lot of industry fast. I'm going to go with dispersed because as the United Kingdom, I feel like dispersed is a good fit for the UK. First of all, because we're going to get bombed a lot. Second of all, because there's not really much of a chance of Germany ever invading us. So I think I'm going to stop drilling.
That's it. I mean, when I look at what's the real threat, for example, to capital ships, as Britain, it's unlikely to be, I guess you got to remember the East too.
Well, the Italians and the Japanese have big navies, so we do not.
Oh, I guess they have air threat too. I guess Mediterranean. Yeah.
Yeah, the Mediterranean is hard, right? Because you're getting bombed by land-based naval. Like it's not easy. We have a big enough fleet to fight, 2 of the 3 enemy nations, not to fight all 3, and that was the case historically. Boy, we sure have a lot of needs in terms of support equipment. I'm gonna have to rejig this though. We're gonna just have to put more points into infantry equipment. So we've got our cryptology department, so we can start decrypting ciphers. We'll go to, where is it? Cryptology. So we'll start decrypting the German cipher. You can, every time you decrypt a cipher, it gives you 30 days of like a huge intelligence boost, at which point they re-encrypt it and you have to decrypt again. Right now it takes us 960 days to decrypt the cipher. So we're going to lower that by increasing our decryption power here. We're going to do that. I think we'll start with that. Yeah. So we'll make a radio interception group to start decrypting faster, and it really makes a big difference. It'll lower that number by like half. And eventually we're going to want to be able to do it like in, I don't know, 100 days rather than 3 years. Okay, we can recruit an operative. We have a choice of operatives here. I find that the best one for Britain is Dusko Popov, who is a real historical spy. If you look up the biography of Dusko Popov, he's kind of like the real life James Bond. He was like, he spoke like German, English, and one of the Slavic languages. So he was like all over the Balkans, and like he was in Germany a bunch, and just like a really interesting spy for the British. I think he got caught eventually and died, but he did some interesting things. He was instrumental in you know, working in the Balkans and various parts of Europe. So we're going to recruit him. For the time being, he's just going to hang out in London and protect us from enemy spies, but we'll send him probably to Berlin soon, because he speaks German, so he can go to Berlin. You don't need a German-speaking one too. Actually, I want to get that. I'm just going to increase the priority for reinforcements and garrisons and upgrades. This isn't going to make a difference, is it? Upgrades will lower for now. I really just want to reinforce. Our divisions are under strength right now, so I really just want our equipment going to divisions, not okay. Now we could intervene in Holland here. Now there's a decision we have up here. Oh shit, what other decisions do I have here? Okay, there's a decision here called Gateway to Europe, where we can spend political power to try and prevent the Dutch from trading with the Germans. I'm not going to bother, because we all know what's going to happen to Holland. It's not going to be. So I'm just going to ignore these. It's a waste of political power. All right, we now have enough to do. I'm not going to switch over to free trade, which a lot of people think is worth it. I don't think it's worth it for England, actually. It reduces our access to. It takes resources out of our economic sphere. I'm going to give refuge to the German scientists. That gives us 5% research speed. What do we got here? All right, I just want to. Some of these units are done training, so we'll just put them into the regular army. Oops, not that one. That one. That one. I usually don't.
This kind of shit would be annoying as hell to me.
It is. It is basically.
Like, give me a button. It's sort of like the nice thing of EU4 is when you are doing some massaging, let's say with your fleets, right? You can select all of the transports.
Yep. All right.
Or whatever.
We've
right?
got the abdication crisis here. So Edward IV is going to abdicate, which is good, because he's dragging our stability down, because he's a philanderer.
He's just he's an annoying prick.
He's an annoying prick, exactly. So there we go. No more Edward the Fourth there. That's great.
However, your great grandfather knew him.
Met him. Wow, that's strange. How did that happen?
I believe, but had property in Alberta, probably along the Rockies. It was a beautiful area.
Wow, that's wild. I gotta do a thing here. Hang tight. What was I gonna do? Shit, I lost my train of thought. Continue that story in a second. I gotta remember what I was gonna do. Shit, there was something. I should check on my navy.
Something with troops. You were talking about training and crap like that.
Yeah. Okay. These ships are done training. Let's get these guys out. Keep getting. Oh, I know. Naval experience. That's what it was. Okay. So we're gonna go to the officer corps here. This is a new feature, the new DLC. So we're actually going to choose. We can do a few things here. We can choose our chief of the army, chief of navy, chief air force, and then the military high command here, as well as a theorist. I'm going to go with, right now I have naval points. I could use these to like invent a new ship, but I'm going to choose a spirit of the navy. These are, I don't know why it's called spirit of the navy. It's kind of a dumb name, frankly, but there's a bunch of different bonuses we can pick from here. The one that I like is naval refit yards. This gives us a couple of options. We could refit old ships and put like sonar and stuff on them, which is kind of cool. I'm probably not going to bother, but it can be kind of cool. But it also repairs our ships faster. And so speeding up ship repair just frees up shipyards to build new ships. So we're going to go with naval refit yards. We could also go for naval reform to get more experience, but I'm not going to bother. This reduces the naval design
Well,
cost.
you see, the thing is too is again, we're using our pre-knowledge.
Simon
I
Dale,
think
welcome to the stream.
you can be very narrow and focused with your naval development if the game allows it, because it doesn't have to be a superpower anti-aircraft. You're not going to face that threat, even though it's useful with aircraft carriers today or whatever. You're probably not going to be in a situation other than the Mediterranean where.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. And
then the question is, what you're going to do with an aircraft carrier in the Mediterranean other than attract bad behavior?
Yeah, I chose the naval refit yards because I just want this will just make our shipyards more efficient for the entire game. Every time. Even with these naval I don't know if there's a ship that's damaged right now, but doesn't look like it, but even when we're doing these exercises, if one of our ships gets damaged, it has to go and repair, and it uses up shipyard capacity that could be used for building new ships. Okay, so God save King George the VI. There we go. Yes. All right, radio interception group is done. That takes our decryption down to 465 days. That's good enough for now. Since the war is not likely to start in the next 465 days, we'll just stick with that. And we're going to focus on some other stuff over here. I want to work on interrogation techniques and invisible ink, which is going to reduce the enemies. These are kind of defensive. I'm going to focus on like defensive espionage first to prevent the Germans from stealing technology or what have you.
If you're to believe half of the, there's been a lot of history or recollections released lately, because the few people who, or the histories have been limited for a variety of reasons.
Yeah, well, because countries keep it secret. Okay, we are done.
Yeah.
We are done our shit. Do we have access to Shadow Scheme? No. Has the Civil War started? No. Okay, so that was a good call. I'm a little bit worried about picking another national focus because there's a narrow window where we can take the Shadow Scheme one, and I really, really want that one. I'm not sure. We could do this one here. That gives us more recruitable manpower, but I don't think it's necessary. How long does this one take? 70 days? There are no other short ones. Maybe we'll do this, or just wait. Maybe we'll wait a bit. Let's just wait a bit before we choose a focus. We'll just leave it.
Just don't forget.
No, I won't forget.
I'll never remember.
No, I won't forget. Okay, we've got a bunch more of these that are done. Once we're done drilling all the starting units, I don't usually bother drilling units later in the game, which is probably not ideal, but it's giving us a little bit of land experience for now. When is the Civil War going to fire or what? We can find out by looking at Spain here. Unknown focus. Oh, we don't have any intel on them. Oh, that's fucking annoying. Okay, Hawker Hurricane is ready to go. We also finished Construction 1. I'm going to research Construction 2 ahead of time, just so that we can continue to expand our industrial base as quickly as possible. Now we have some interesting choices. The Hurricane was the obvious first choice for technology, but we could go into some naval technology, like we could get better depth charges or better sonar. We could get better airplane catapults for our cruisers that we're using as kind of scout planes from cruisers, which is really useful. We could get a better submarine hull, because our submarine hulls are pretty horrendous. It's probably worth doing in the long run, but certainly not a priority. And improved torpedo launchers, as well as magnetic detonators for torpedoes. Some of these we can spend naval experience to speed them up. I don't think we're going to do any naval techs, though, for now. We'll just stick with the basic technology we have for the time being, and we'll work on the naval technology a little bit later. What I might want to do is start researching stuff that's going to help us design better tanks, because we're way behind the Germans. In terms of the tank tech tree, this has changed in No Step Back. You used to just research tank models, and that was that. Now there's a tank designer, and so we can see here we're going to want to. This allows us to get basically just faster engines. This one's going to be important because it's going to unlock welded armor. Right now we're using riveted armor. And then we could also go to. There's a few ways we can do this. We can research a better medium tank, and that will allow us to get a 1940 medium tank. We could also go down the heavy tank route. As the UK, though, what we can do, I think, Yeah, we can go down light tanks here, and we can actually wait until the late war to build a medium tank, which I'm kind of tempted to go that route. We can always backtrack and grab some sort of mid-war medium tanks if we want, but I'm kind of tempted to just stick with light tanks for most of the game and then just get better armor really towards the end of the war. I think that could be cool. We could hedge our bets. We could go down the light track here, and then we could also go down the heavy track later if we feel like we need to fight Germany. But I'm gonna get to the 43 tanks. Am I playing with any mods or just vanilla HOI 4? It's vanilla. Okay. It's Simon Dale. It's vanilla with no step back. So just because I didn't want to put any mods. Every time I get a new DLC, I don't usually want to put mods in the game because I just want to see what they've done with the DLC. So just vanilla for now. So I think we'll go down this light tank route towards medium because we can skip these actually, which is kind of cool.
Why would you ever go to heavy? I mean, as long as you can get a medium that can take on anything with its armament, you know.
Well, what I might do is build like a 1940 heavy chassis in like 1942 rather than a 1943 medium chassis. We'll see. We'll see if at the end of the day, we're not going to be able to fight the Germans until we have one of these two for sure. But I'm not going to go down this middle route for now because if we don't.
When do you expect to fight the Germans on land? This is a completely arbitrary game. So what are you expecting to be your war goals?
It's a good question. Sorry, I'm gonna grab a technology so we can keep going here. But I am thinking what we're going to do is we're going to invade Iraq and Iran before the war starts, if at all possible. And then we are going to kick Italy out of Africa. We're going to make sure that there's no more Vichy France. Like, we're going to make sure the Axis doesn't get any of Africa and just really, close off the whole southern Mediterranean. Then we're going to defend against Japan over here. And then we'll probably do an invasion of Italy and attack from there and just build a front line by working up the Italian peninsula, probably with a series of naval invasions. Like, we're really going to leverage our navy so that we can kind of surround and cut off the Germans. And so, once again, if we take over, like if you look at the supply map mode, if we can seal up the rail network of Italy here, we can potentially cut a lot of the Germans off, or trap them in places where they're going to run out of supplies. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see whether it's possible to do that in this new DLC.
Interesting. I mean, so your trick is that you're going to have to have an effective naval fleet out in Japan area, and may even have to do some strategic withdrawal, right? Instead of getting your ass kicked.
Yeah, but I don't know if we're going to defend Hong Kong. We're certainly going to defend. There's a ton of resources in Malaysia. We really want the rubber. I'm trying to remember when the Spanish Civil War fires. It should fire soon, and that'll increase world tension. Allow me to take the focus I want to take.
The question is really going to be, are you going to have to, what's stuck out west is out west and vice versa?
There we go. That's what I was waiting for.
Or do you get to move some things back? See, I would have thought any kind of fleet, no matter which shape, it's very difficult in the Mediterranean, except where you have a really good harbor, because otherwise it's too vulnerable, right, to attack almost anywhere, I would have thought.
It just depends. Really, the best way to do Navy as the UK. See, the thing is, when you're the United States, you have a gigantic industrial capacity, but you don't really have a lot of overseas naval bases. So you have to use the British bases, basically, which is more or less what they did, and using Australia and stuff like that, right? As the UK, the key to not losing our overseas possessions, or not losing as many of them, is actually going to be to use our naval and air bases. So we've got air bases and naval bases all over the world. We're going to be increasing these. I think we already took one of the focuses we took.
Okay.
Global defense here adds 2 air base and 2 naval base to Singapore, 2 air base in Cairo, 2 naval base in Alexandria, 2 air base in Nova Scotia, which is interesting. And I guess for some reason the Newfoundland province is called Nova Scotia. Malta, Gibraltar. So basically we can use those bases, but if we try to make sure that our fleet is always close to an air base, so that we're not operating in the open seas with no air cover, then it's not going to matter quite as much whether we have a true carrier supremacy against Japan, because Japan, we can just kind of defend our territory, close
Okay,
to.
so dumb questions because I don't know the pace of this game. Like,
Mhm.
can we shift to like a submarine defense? Is that an effective one out in
Yeah,
the
we could.
Pacific?
We could do some submarine stuff in the Pacific. I think it's not a bad idea actually to deploy submarines in the Pacific. If we could put some like radar on submarines, we could even try and we could see. It could be interesting for sure. All right, interrogation techniques is done. Let's grab and
Certainly,
visit.
the Americans, if I remember correctly, had a very successful submarine fleet.
Yeah, in the late war especially, they developed. They finally, it took them a while to get their torpedoes right and stuff, but yeah, they were quite successful. As did the Dutch. Had a very small submarine fleet, but a brutally successful one. A lot of people consider the best submarine commander of the war was this kind of renegade Dutchman who was just, who fought the Japanese like nonstop from the capitulation of Holland right until the end, and he sunk like, I don't know, fucking 80 ships or something. Just insane.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
So we're going to take Invisible Ink, which gives us essentially just better intelligence and also makes it harder for the enemy to steal our blueprints. We're still saving up for giving refuge to the Italian scientists, which is good for research. I feel like they've reduced the research bonus from free trade, but maybe they haven't. Let me see here. Just curious. I don't want to bother with free trade because it just means I have to micro my resources a lot more. Research speed plus 10%. Yeah. For 150 political power getting 10%, we got 10% for 200 right there. Okay.
Sounds like a decent boost.
It's a decent boost, but the problem is that it takes resources out of your I don't know. It doesn't. I find it difficult to.
It can't control the supply of
certain things,
material.
basically. To put it, and to be honest, it probably overall is better in terms of pure game terms, but it's a shit hassle to deal with. Okay, I need more support equipment. I also need more infantry equipment. We've upgraded a huge number of divisions, and it's taking forever to supply them. Hopefully, they won't be under strength when the war starts, but we may have to really ramp up. I would normally focus more on fighters, more on the Air Force and less on the Army, but because we're going to do this early invasion of Iraq, I think we have to focus a bit on the Army. Okay. Olympic Games are done. Mechanical computing is done. That's great. That gives us faster research as well. Let's choose another technology here. I'm going to go for improved machine tools so we can get better production efficiency. Really focusing on... You can see we're mostly just doing industrial research. All right, that's our invisible ink. Next up, I'm going to do passive defense. Just one level of passive defense. That will allow us to take our spy out of England and put them elsewhere so that we don't, we don't lose any. Does he gain experience while he's... Interesting. Okay, we have free dockyards. What's going on here? Still building the Ark Royal. It's going to be done in 38. And we are still building... We have the town class cruisers. I'm just going to leave like that. Let's just put more into this destroyer. Just put a bunch of dockyards into just churning out destroyers. What's going on with the Navy here? Still not done training.
I don't know. I suspect.
We're going to organize the Navy soon.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, aircraft carrier out in Japan. Going to have fighters to defend.
We're probably not going to deploy anything in China for the start. We're probably going to deploy stuff in mostly the Mediterranean and home waters, and then we'll send stuff out to Singapore later. I'm waiting for this. I'm waiting for Neville Chamberlain to take over so that I can replace him with Churchill and start the war sooner. But for the time being, let's go to industrial effort and extra research slots. That's what we're going to do there. Okay. Keep drilling this. What is it called? It's not called drilling. It's called naval exercises. Continue the naval exercises. And we'll do some air exercises once the naval exercises are done. Okay. So passive defense is done. I'm going to now make in branches. I'm going to do all of these. They're not strictly necessary, but I kind of like to. This one gives us civilian intelligence, army intelligence, navy intelligence, air intelligence. It's just cool. I just like to have lots of information. Is it strictly necessary in game terms? No. Does it use a little bit of factories? Yes, but whatever. Let's take Dusko Popov here and move him to... I want to send him to Berlin, or we could send him to... Maybe we'll just go straight to Berlin. There we go. Our man in Berlin. Okay. Hey, all he's going to do is build an intelligence network. And specifically, I want information about their Navy, their Air Force, stuff like that. It's going to be really, really useful. Okay, our first tank tech is done here. That's going to allow us to do the welded armor. What else do I want? I also want better artillery. One of the cool things about the new DLC is that your artillery techs have a lot more effect on your armor. So we researched this interwar artillery technology here, and it gives us two better gun options for our tanks and all these other units here. Which
makes sense. I mean,
yeah.
There is no doubt in my mind that between the Lancaster bomber and artillery and its organization were the two elements of victory for the British Canadian Army in Normandy.
We're going to let Portugal purchase British ships. This just gives us some free production. That's fine. Portugal can have some ships. They don't actually buy ships. It's just an abstracted thing. They don't actually take any ships away from you. Presumably it's smaller ships. Okay, let's get the army department going. We're almost done. We're not going to build like a completely massive spy agency, but we'll go with... Okay, so these guys are done now. We've got 55 naval experience. I'm not going to bother anymore. I'm not going to do any more naval exercises. All the other ships we can just sort into fleets. So let's merge everything together here. Once again, just merge everything together, and now we're going to start... Oops, we'll wait until it's actually done. There we go. Now we're going to organize this. Oh, we have a new operative. Let's grab this. This guy here is also a double agent, so he speaks German as well. We could grab him and have 2 spies in Germany, but what if we grabbed one of these guys? Is any of them a linguist? Capture cipher effectiveness, steal blueprint risk, steal blueprint effectiveness, counterintelligence. Nah, we don't really care about that. Let's just grab this double agent dude. We're mostly going to use foreign spies. I don't think we're going to use British-born spies because they're not as useful. Let's put this guy... I'm actually going to send him to Rome, though. Let's start building intelligence on the Italians. Well, yeah, we'll start... Do I want to do that, or do I want to send him to... Actually, it could be interesting to... Did I just send Popov there? Oops, I sent the wrong guy. No, I didn't. Okay.
They used them a lot in France.
Yeah, in France we can do that too. We could actually send him to... Yep. We could also send him to Iraq, and that could be interesting. Let's do that for now. That'll be fun, because we're going to invade Iraq, so why don't we get some intelligence on them, and then we'll send them to Italy once we're done with Iraq. Once Iraq is no longer...
The British had more goddamn intelligence out there from all of their archaeologists, right?
Mm-hmm. Let me see here. We have some political power. Do I want anything here? I have a few choices. You know what? No, we want to go to... We want to go off the civilian economy and get up to early mobilization. I think we're being spammed. Finally, good to see a historical stream. I'm sick of lazy alt history paths. We are going to do... Charlotte, welcome to the stream. I am going to do a largely historical stream. I am, however, going to... Just because I always like to change a few little things. I like you, I prefer to play the non-alt historical routes. What I'm going to do on the focus tree here is I'm going to go down the global defense rather than the home defense route, and we're going to get Churchill in early and go for secure the oil imports. So I want to do things a little bit differently, but yeah, we'll largely be a democratic UK. We're not going to like go fascist or something like that. It'll be a democratic UK that's just a little bit more aggressive on the military side. That's what I'm planning on doing. I don't know whether we'll allow Germany to take Czechoslovakia. I think we probably will, because little known fact, when you're playing as Giovanni Colucci, welcome back to the stream. If you fight Germany at Czechoslovakia, it's basically a win button for the Allies. Germany takes forever to fight through the Sudeten forts here, and you can basically just destroy them before they're able to invade France. In a variety of ways. I've done it a number of times. They also, like, it can trigger this stupid German Civil War event where, like, they try and assassinate Hitler, which is not totally implausible, but it just, I don't know, it's not as fun, especially as Britain. It's not that fun a way to play the game. Dispersed Industry 1, okay, let's get Dispersed Industry 2 going. It's actually really important to get that tech going before industrial effort finishes, which I'll show you why after. Let's Yeah, for sure. That's cool. I was just thinking of stuff like Napoleon or restoring Rome and stuff. Yeah, no, I find that tiresome, but global defense looks genuinely interesting. Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure. It allows us to do some things that the UK did historically, just a little bit earlier. So what am I doing here? I'm going to organize the Navy. I was going to do something. Whatever. Let's organize the Navy. So I'm going to put this whole fleet into reserve for now. It's the easiest way to do it. Actually, no, wait. There's a better way. So let's just select this fleet here, and we're gonna go find the shittiest destroyers, the VW class and the S class. They're the most rudimentary destroyers. They don't really have any, like the S class here. The S class just has like depth charges, doesn't have any sonar or anything. You don't need sonar on your convoy escort destroyers. You need them on your scout destroyers. It's a bit weird. I find it a little bit annoying that they designed it that way, but that is how it works. And these ones are very similar. I think they have like anti-air. The other ones don't even have anti-air. So these are the shittiest destroyers we have. We're going to put them on the really kind of rudimentary jobs. I'm also going to grab, I want 80 destroyers in our convoy escort. Let's give the convoy escort fleet, let's divide it into 4 groups. That'll be our 4 groups. These convoy escort groups can actually be in multiple sea zones at once. I've just put them in 4 groups for organization's sake. I'm going to change wait a second. This is a stupid way to do things. Merge. And then I'm going to change the logo so that I can remember what these fleets are. Let's go with this one for escort, I guess. And we'll just divide those up into 2 groups. Or 4 groups, sorry. 4 groups of 20. And I'm going to actually name this template convoy escort fleet. Okay, and we'll save that. And then we'll just make sure that these guys are all in the same template. The reason I do this like this is because if you do it this way, then what it will do is if a ship dies, it will replace it. Which I don't necessarily want, but we'll see. It gives me the option to sort of set up an automatically replenish these fleets as the destroyers get sunk, rather than having to manually do that. Now, I need to do some kind of mental math here. First of all, we can take the submarines out. So there's 2 classes of submarines, the ancient OPR class and the S class, which is basically an OPR with extra torpedoes. All right, and that gives us 44 submarines. We're gonna have to build some more. Gradually replace these with modern subs. Let's go and... actually, no, we'll do this manually. Let's change the icon here to submarine so I can remember what they are. I'm not gonna name these fleets, I'm just gonna... And we'll make a separate fleet for submarines. And divide it up into 4 groups. Actually, wait a second. Let's just go with groups of 10 so we have some in reserve. All right, we'll put these 4 in reserve there, like that, and we'll make that a template so that it automatically replenishes. Just call this a submarine squadron. Might be better to keep them in 2 groups of 20. I don't know. I don't really care, frankly. I'm not trying to optimize things. I'm just trying to do something that's kind of somewhat historical, somewhat inspired by game terms. So we'll just put 4 submarine squadrons, and for the time being, we're going to keep them all in 1 fleet. They're all going to operate in the same area. We're not going to spread them around the world, and I'm not going to really worry about which submarine classes are in which group. Ideally, we could get longer range, better subs later, but that's pretty low priority for the UK, so we'll see. We might need to reorganize those later. Now, we need to do our patrol fleet.
If you're not going to put any focus on them, you're not going to be able to do the submarine as decisive strategic weapon in the Pacific.
Well, we can, we will
I don't know what targets you have against them, though.
We'll see, we'll see. I'm just what I'm saying is we have other more important things to do now. If we are able to develop an interesting submarine program later, we will. Okay, so you see I've divided my ships into... Oh wait, there's actually one other thing I want to do here. Go to the naval designer and look at these heavy cruisers. These are battle cruisers, heavy cruisers. Okay, we have 3 classes of heavy cruisers. The rather old Hawkins class, which is not a very good heavy cruiser. We'll just use that as cannon fodder. The The
Totally
York,
useless.
the York class. Well, they're not useless. They're not useless at all. The York class has float planes, so I'm going to use as does the county class. So how many York class ones do we have actually? Let me just double check. Just want to see how many we have. Wait, we don't have any? Oh, interesting. I thought we had. Oh, that's like a class that's designed that we don't have any of? That's bizarre. Interesting. Or maybe we do. No, I don't see any. If we were to upgrade... Well, I guess we could upgrade. We could upgrade the Hawkins class to the York class. That's an interesting idea. That's pretty cheap, actually.
Anything you can upgrade or repair, like I never got to conclude that conversation. Like you're using ship destroyers, which makes sense for convoy duty, but you are, if you want the capability to put a radar on them or a better Aztec or whatever.
Sure, we can. Yeah, we can do that.
I mean? Make them useful because
it's a little bit.
That's
micro,
all you need them for.
It's a little bit micro intensive, but we might.
Oh, there's no way to automate that. I mean, it's kind of funny how this game automates.
Well, there are ways to
crazy with other shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, there are sort of ways to do that, but we'll see. Do I want to upgrade? I don't think so. You know what? I'm not going to bother. What I'm going to do though is I'm going to take the county class ones. Let's go with where is it? Fuck. Where was I? Lost my train of thought. So the York class ones have float planes, which means that they have a higher surface detection rating here. So we can use some of those in our scout fleets. So let's go in here. We can see now it's divided it up. The fuck, did I not save that? Damn it. I just didn't hit the save button because I got distracted. That's weird. Historical heavy cruiser. Oh, because I didn't do it on the county class. Okay, county class. There we go. Save, because there are no York class cruisers in our fleet right now. Okay. Excuse me. So
you just gonna put those in the North Sea and the Western approaches or something? Like
you'll understand once I've done it. It's a little bit hard to. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to, select. Oh, fuck, how do you deselect everything? Okay, I'm gonna open the task force composition editor here. I'm just selecting my entire fleet. Actually, put this into reserve. This is the easiest way to do it. Just merge those. No, fuck off. Okay, there we go. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a patrol task force. And these are going to be very small task forces that are designed to just go and find enemy ships, and they're ordered to not engage them. It's like they shadow fleets, and then the strike forces will do that. So I'm going to, okay, 0 carriers, 0 battleships, 0 battle cruisers, 0 of those. What I want in these fleets is like 1 heavy cruiser. A lot of people don't use heavy cruisers in their patrol fleets. I'm going to, because if they get caught by a big fleet, this will give them a chance to be kind of defended. It'll slow them down a little bit, but not the end of the world. I want 1 light cruiser that also has the float planes on it. That's why I gave different icons. So these light cruisers are going to be used as screens. These light cruisers are going to be used as kind of scout ships, and we'll build some more of these. We'll design a more modern kind of recon light cruiser later. Lucario, welcome to the stream. Okay, I don't want this guy. This is actually, we have 1 mine laying cruiser, which is kind of neat. And then because I have... they're useful.
A mine laying... Okay, wow.
And that was historical. Right. Every ship in this game is super historical. So there was...
I'm not arguing with that. I'm just saying,
it's like a World War I cruiser modified to do mine laying. It's fucking hilarious. And they sent it on some mission, I think, to mine the Norwegian Straits or something. I cooked up the time zone, finally here. Hadj, welcome to the stream. Cocked up the time zone. Cool. Okay, so basically there's a golden rule in, wait, there we go. There's a golden rule in Hearts of Iron 4, which is you need 4 screens for every capital ship you have, and heavy cruisers count as capital ships. So 1 heavy cruiser, 1 light cruiser, and 3 destroyers. That's kind of the bare minimum, and that's what we're going to go for. Save that as a patrol task force, hit OK. And then what we can do is we're going to create a new fleet here. And you can see it will actually... Whoa, why are there 9? Oh, shit. I forgot to take the subs out. Oops. So we're going to have to go and edit that again. No big deal. Grab this patrol task force. Take the submarines out. Save. Okay. And then new fleet. You just have to unpause every time we do this. This is the fastest way to do it, though. And then I'm going to give these guys... a logo like that. These are our... Scout patrols. Blair Eric, welcome to the stream. Okay, we're just going to repeat this process a few times. I'm going to want something like 4 of these. How many light cruisers, how many Leander class ships do I have? About 5. So I'm going to make 4, and then we'll start building some more of those ships, because we need to have reserve fleets for when ships get sunk or badly damaged. Fuck, why does it not? Oh, there we go. Okay.
Okay.
It's a few.
And these are going to be used in which theater, do you think?
These are going to be used kind of all over the place. These are our kind of hunter squadrons. They don't engage. They just find the ships so that our more powerful fleets can actually engage, and we'll make the more powerful fleets in a second. Grab the patrol task force. This is the fastest way I've found to organize the Royal Navy. And then let's just change the icon here so that I can tell them apart. And I think 4 of these squadrons will be okay for now. We're going to want more eventually, but we don't have, again, if we don't want to put all of our available ships of a certain type in play. Looks like one of the other ones just finished, so that's good. Just want to make sure that there's actually a Leander in each of these. 2, 1,
no,
2, 3,
non-sequitur,
4.
I actually did look on the screen simultaneously at a window with the YouTube and the Discord feed, and it's breathtaking what the broadcast lag is.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I've actually set it up so that there's higher video quality for the viewers, but more lag. Because with this type of game, I feel like I don't really need to be completely in sync with the chat. Okay, the final type of task force we're going to create is a strike force. We're going to create small strike forces because we're going to have a lot of them. Also, as you noticed when we're moving our fleets around, we can almost use up our entire fuel supply. If we're using our entire navy at once, it's like really bad for our fuel supply. So we'll take, in that strike force, we'll take 1 carrier. How do I want to do this? 1 battle cruiser. I don't know if we're going to use these guys. These are kind of outdated. But I also want to reserve these guys for scouting duties. Yeah, let's just use these old cruisers for now. We can.
I'd love to know what the purpose of a battle cruiser truly was.
The idea behind a battle cruiser was that it was cheaper to build than a battleship. It was faster than a battleship. It had a similar armaments. It's a slightly less armored battleship that was more maneuverable and faster. They thought that they could make a ship that was fast enough to, you know, be a little bit more nimble and engaging both screens and you know, there's a lot of debate as to whether they were correct or not. So 1, 2, 3. I think we'll put 2 battleships in each of our strike forces. It'll slow them down a bit, but we need the firepower. And then so we've got a carrier, a battleship, a battle cruiser, and a heavy cruiser. That's 5 ships. So that means we need 20 screens. Let's take 5 light cruisers and just get rid of those out of there. And we'll take 5 of our kind of screen type light cruisers and 25 destroyers. Wait, no, 15 destroyers. Sorry, there we go. Okay, take the subs out. You can actually put subs in strike forces because submarines are able to pursue retreating ships. So it is kind of cool to put a submarine or two, and they, you know, every once in a while they'll get like a torpedo off at a retreating capital ship and sink it or whatever. But I'm not going to bother because we don't have that many submarines to begin with.
No, put the submarines in the Pacific. Focus it there.
Well, not the ones we have now. Once we get more modern subs, we'll do that. Let me just save that and okay, and then we'll just put that up here. That looks good to me. 1, 2.
British were a little retarded, you know, in the variety of stuff they experimented with. Let's just say from World War I to World War II when it came to submarines. And at the end of the day, they really didn't have much of a submarine fleet at all. They probably had the most exciting time in the Sea of Marmara in World War I. But anyways.
So Blair Eric has a few questions. What's the general angle strategy I'm taking for the UK? You really enjoyed my isolationist imperialist UK in HOI 3. That was an awesome playthrough. I enjoyed that as well. I'll show you on the focus tree what I'm doing here. I've shown people a couple times, but I don't really mind repeating. So basically, I've gone down this route, obviously, because you kind of always want to do that. I'm going steady as she goes, but I'm not going on home defense. I'm going on global defense. We're going to kick Chamberlain out early and probably try and go down to this one and do a preemptive invasion of Iraq and possibly Iran. And at that point, we'll follow mostly a historical route. I don't think we'll declare war at Munich because it's too easy. It makes the game too easy. So yeah, and just, you know, I'm doing a balance of kind of historical role play and also, you know, playing the game well. So how many of these task forces can I create? Looks like I have enough ships to create 3. These strike forces. Okay. Looks pretty good to me. Okay, let's do that. 1, 2, and there's 3 strike force. Okay, and I'm going to organize these. I guess I have an extra. I usually put 1 patrol force per strike force, but maybe we'll use 2 in one area because we will have extra. We'll have some spare cruisers because we're not using a lot of cruisers in our groups here. It's not a bad idea to have the battle cruiser and the heavy cruiser mixed in with the battleships because they're a little bit faster. They're more likely to, again, engage a ship before they're able to flee. All right, let me just change the icons here. This is a big hassle, but it is what it is. I'm gonna make our strike forces look like that. Later on against Japan, we will probably merge 2 of these and make sort of, or even 3 or 4 of them, and make like a carrier task force. That'll be, a mix of battleships and carriers, but mostly carriers that will be, designed to duke out with the Japanese. This is our reserve fleet. What have we got in here? Mostly capital ships. We're really low on destroyers. So yeah, we need to just make sure that we're... The battle cruiser is the naval equivalent of an assault gun. Basically a cruiser with much more potent armament and agility at the expense of size and armament. The evolution of the monitor, really. I don't think that the concept really ever went anywhere. That's true. I think that's what I've heard. They tried them out in World War I, and with middling success. And then, of course, the most famous battle cruiser probably of all time is the HMS Hood, which was spectacularly sunk very early in the war. Generally speaking...
I thought that was a battleship, not a battle cruiser.
No, it was a battle cruiser. The Hood was probably the final evolution of the battle cruiser. The theory was it's not as heavily armored as a battleship, but it's got a lot of firepower, and it will avoid getting hit. But the reality was that the Hood was kind of case in point that it didn't work, but we're going to use them anyway. We've got 3 of them. We'll use them.
Faster than a fucking shell. I don't know about that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Well, naval gunnery being what it is. Okay, so we'll leave this in reserve. We've got to fill that reserve up with cheap destroyers for sure. Because we can see we only have 1 destroyer in reserve right now. Now, let's split this fleet up into... I'm actually going to make 3 different strike force fleets here. Oh, shit. What did I just do? New theater? No, I don't want a new theater. I want to keep it... Yes. Okay. I want to make a new fleet. I'm going to keep everything in 1 theater, which... Not the best way to do things in a certain sense. Not the most historical way to do things, but it makes it a lot less annoying. So I'm actually going to send these fleets out right away. Let's send this fleet. This is going to be the Mediterranean fleet. I will name it, because otherwise I'm going to forget which one it is. So we'll just call this the Med fleet. And I'm also going to... Sorry?
What are those stripes on the map?
Oh, those are supply lines. I'm in the naval map. Those are our convoys, sorry. All right, that's the route that our convoys take. We can actually tell them to avoid... I'm going to send a squadron to Malta. I find that's very, very useful to have a squadron in Malta. Or I guess, in this case, a strike force in Malta. Why has that got a blue slash on it? Oh, okay, that was just a graphical glitch. Okay, so we're going to send out a fleet to... We'll call this the Malta fleet. There wasn't actually a fleet based in Malta.
Why would you put it in as vulnerable a spot as Malta? Why wouldn't you put it in?
Because I want to save. I want to hold on to Malta at all costs, and I also want to smash the shit. I'm gonna build a big airbase at Malta, and I'm gonna smash the shit out of the Italians. This is like a choke point. I want to catch everything. I'll be putting naval bombers there. I want to just completely destroy the Italians at Malta. Force them.
It's a tough spot. I would have thought. It was a tough spot to park anything in.
Well, realistically, historically, the harbor facilities.
Air power? I guess air power wasn't as effective as. Well,
air power was super effective in Malta. In fact, had the British had modern fighters in Malta, they would have been able to really use that naval base. It wasn't. I don't know that the dockyards in Malta in World War II were really big enough to host like a substantial strike force. Although by the end of the war, probably. This is our convoy escort fleet. Armor, not armament. Oh, okay. All right, everything's named correctly now. Okay, so the fleet is organized. That's going to be our fleet for the time being. We'll reassess once the Pacific War picks up. Now we can go back to speed 5. Just let those fleets get sent out. Using up some fuel just getting there. I don't need to do any more naval exercises for the time being. Army department's done. Let's grab the naval department. Destroy the Italians at Malta sounds like a prog rock album. Could be, yeah. Hilarious. How's our spy doing in Iraq? I'm not going to do any espionage missions. I don't know. I find them kind of lame, frankly. You can do these missions that like to topple governments and stuff, and I don't want to get into that. I just want to passively accumulate espionage. Okay. So, we've got 6 months, I think, until Chamberlain takes power. I think we'll grab the extra research slot right away. Which is really, really useful. You always want that as soon as possible. Oops. Yeah, I think this should be a fun run. Player Eric, I think it should be interesting. Semi-historical. What's going on here? These guys, 1, 2, 3, like that. I'm not going to bother with any more naval drilling. Let's just merge these in so that everything deploys on that fleet. I've tried out this naval composition before and it more or less works. So... Naval Department done. Let's grab the Air Force Department. And then I think that's enough for the spy agency for now. It does consume civilian factories. Speaking of civilian factories, let's queue up a few more in London and Yorkshire. We're going to build civilian factories probably until about 1938. And then we'll start building military factories. We could also convert civilian to military, but I usually don't do that just because of the way the game works. We're not able to deploy anything new, are we? Yeah, we really have a bottleneck in terms of equipment. Yeah. Okay, let's scale that back down, put everything into infantry equipment for now. Everything. By everything, I mean not enough. We're getting 20 per day and we need 20,000. It will pick up though. It will greatly accelerate.
I fucking hope so.
Well, it looks bad.
20,
but,
we need 20,000. Yeah, I would say.
Well, we're gonna go to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go to. We could go to limited conscription here. I think that's probably worth doing. What does that do? It just increases the recruitable population. I think we want to do it now. Just get it over with. Yeah. Let's get it over with. I tend to forget to do those, and then so that's going to increase this number here. Yeah. Okay. We have free dockyards. Probably put them on destroyers. EFG class. Got. Let's put 2 on the town class ones. No. Wait a second. We got to put some more Leanders in the queue. Let's get some Leanders going. I could actually upgrade. I haven't researched anything that I could upgrade on this. Don't have the radar yet. Guess I could put sonar on the Leanders. Wouldn't hurt.
I'm not gonna fucking chase a submarine with a fucking
No,
cruiser.
but this is the purpose of these ships is not to chase anything. It's to find them. The other ships attack them. That's what I'm trying to say. The patrol fleet shadows.
Find a fucking submarine with a goddamn cruiser.
Yes, you can. Yeah, they did historically. They would find a pack of submarines and then they would send out a strike force. It's actually
Okay,
remarkable.
they could find a strike force, but I mean, when you're using Aztec, which is a relatively short range.
Yeah. No, you're right about that. It certainly wouldn't make sense historically, but it does in this game. So I don't know whether sub detection on a cruiser is going to be worth it.
No, it's not. Not in the real world, but anyways.
Oh, reminders are up to plug the Discord server so that we can have more Hearts of Iron enthusiasts. Yeah, it's a great idea. Actually, I don't know, Blair Eric, if you're able to do a Discord invite via chat. Otherwise, when I take my first break, I will post a Discord invite in the chat. Okay, so I could put sonar on the cruiser. I don't think I'm going to bother though. I think I'm just going to stick with this design here. It's got some guns on it. The guns are a little heavier than what I would normally put on a light cruiser, but we're just gonna go with the design as it is. I'm not gonna spend points. We have these points go fast, and it's not worth it. We'll do a redesign once we've done some substantial research. Let's put this down to 8 and go to 4 on the Leander class so that we actually get one in about like 1.25 ships per year this way. And we'll replace these with a better model once we've done some naval research. But we got to focus on the Air Force and the Army before we focus on upgrading our ships. It's really going to be much better. Let's get the government cipher school and then stop wasting civs on the spy network. All right. Okay. Done. Improved machine tools is done. Now, we're getting this bonus here from an industry focus that we did. So we'll wait until this finishes and that finishes and apply it to these two technologies. And we're going to rush the 1939 industry tech so that we're 2 years ahead on our industrial development. In the meantime, let's go and grab some more. We've got to get some better weapons and equipment here. We're definitely using World War I rifles right now in most of our army, but we'll get there eventually. Like I said, we can fight Iraq and Iran with World War I rifles. I'm not worried about that. Okay, so what do we got here? We could go for anti-tank guns. Not going to bother with that quite yet. Isn't ASDIC very short range? Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think both of you are right. I think ultimately it's not realistic to
Hundreds of yards. You don't.
They absolutely did put as.
Oh my god. Well, they were retarded. That's all I'm gonna say.
No, they put ASDIC on light cruisers so that if the cruiser was attacked by a submarine, they would have a better chance of detecting it. It wasn't for anti-submarine warfare. It was to protect the cruiser from torpedo attack from the submarine. In case it was isolated and not screened by destroyers, which would normally be the ones that would keep the subs away. I don't know. I think probably some light cruisers were sunk by submarines. Anyway, we're not doing it.
It's an active way of searching for a submarine that you don't normally have on your
yeah, I guess
yeah, it's extremely short range. It's the way you were. It's basically the way you would. Lock in once they submerged, and you're literally on top of them. That's how you figured out where they were.
Yeah. So probably it would not be helpful. I think you're probably right. Anyway, I'm not going to do it. It might have been useful. Maybe we'll do it at some point. We'll put some. Probably just use radar though. We can use radar to detect subs later on. Okay, we need to pick a new focus here. Yeah. Extra research slot is done. Might be worthwhile to do these 3. But I don't know if we'll have time to do those 3 before... Yeah. What are these, 70 days? Do I want... This one gives us research speed, which is good. Usually I do this one very early, but I actually kind of want military factories right now. Let's grab the Royal Ordnance Factories, which gives us 6 military factories. Because I'm a little bit concerned about our deficit of infantry equipment. I probably shouldn't have upgraded all those units at once, but not the end of the world. Worst case, we'll delete some divisions and regroup that way. Okay, I want to get... Okay, I'm getting the new tank chassis. I'm getting the new tank engine. I'm getting the improved engine there. I don't want to research anything ahead of time. We're going to probably want a logistics company for sure. That's really useful. Let's get our Vickers MG and Stokes mortar for now, though. Let's get a better mortar. Wait a second. It's February 1937. Okay, so I don't need any other technology for the time being. Construction 2 is about to complete. What's going on here? Oops. Stop drilling the army. That will help with equipment gains because they break equipment. They break stuff when they're drilling. Make sure to save the motorized army focus so you can get mechanized early. Yeah, I was planning on that. I rarely get that far with the UK, but in this game I think we probably will. So, construction 3, let's do it now. I don't know whether this is the optimal time to do that tech, but I'm gonna do it. I want all the construction techs right early. Keep building. I've maxed out infrastructure in Yorkshire. Infrastructure is worth it now with no step back. I'm convinced that it is. I haven't crunched the numbers, but there's a lot of advantages. Let's put it that way. Let's stop drilling these guys because they're breaking stuff. They're breaking guns, and I don't have enough guns. So, worst case, we'll use these divisions are full strength. We'll use these to invade Iraq. Just gotta keep an eye on these strength bars here. Okay, I am not going to invest any more industrial capacity into this I don't really want anything else here. I'm not going to do a lot of really aggressive spying. I just want to kind of passively get more information about my enemies. I'm not really interested in the operations this time around. I have extra civilian factories. Oh no, yeah, civilian, okay. So I'm gonna actually, what are we, February 1937? We're gonna build until 1938, roughly. We're gonna build civilian factories and we'll switch over to military factories afterwards. I'm gonna build up the infrastructure. I need to find a province that has lots of resources. I think it's actually worth it to build up Northern England here 2 times. We get 15 steel, 2 aluminum, and then we'll get faster construction there afterwards. Blair Eric says, love the Bren carrier. Yeah, we'll get it. That's in the motorized tech stuff. Okay. Yeah. This is one of the stupid events from the, like, Balkan DC, which is really DLC, which is, I think, is probably one of the worst DLCs they've made for this game. It doesn't really matter what you click here. Just doesn't matter at all, frankly. Demand an official treaty to preserve the peace. Whatever. It has no effect on the game. You might be able to, like, keep Bulgaria in the Allies by making a right choice there, but who cares? Who cares? Okay, the army is pretty much done. I'm just gonna wait till this division finishes drilling. And we're just gonna keep going speed 5 here. Oh, we've got a lot of political power. We've got all these laws are up to date. I can go to partial mobilization once the war in China starts. You know what, though? I'm gonna go and grab myself an Air Force commander. We're gonna use Cyril Newall, who will give us Air Force experience passively. Oh, and shit, we're actually almost full on fuel, so where did we get a military factory from? That's weird. Oh, they're all gonna have to go into
Never gonna drill the aircraft?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna do that now. I could deploy more aircraft, but I don't think I will. I think I'll just drill the ones that I already have deployed. So let's just grab everybody. We've got some in Singapore too. I'm not gonna bother to redeploy these, and then let's just put everybody on drilling. Should have enough fuel to drill the Air Force. Yep. Germany tends to bomb Scotland a lot for some reason. My experience, you may want to focus on building up southern England first. Yeah. We're going to stop Germany from bombing us altogether by just... Like, I'm not producing a lot of fighters right now, but once we ramp up our production efficiency and once we're building Spitfires, I'm just going to put, like, 50 factories into building Spitfires. And I will out... Because the thing is, Germany can't outbuild the UK in fighters. They have too much stuff they need to build. They're using all those factories to build, like, artillery and shit like that. And like, we're going to outbuild them in terms of fighters. Fighters and trucks. That's how we're going to win this war. See, like, there's just no difference between these two. Fuck off. It's a really bad event cycle, that one. I don't know. I've only ever seen it as the UK, though. I don't know what happens when you're playing as Bulgaria, so... Alright, so that's going to... We're going to save up political power now and go for partial mobilization. Oh, no, we can't yet. Okay, never mind. We gotta wait till 25% war score. Okay, we're done drilling the army, which means we can start organizing the army. What's going on with these units that we're recruiting? They're never gonna finish. Okay, that's not a big deal. We don't need them now. We don't need them yet. Okay, let's take... Top Cat, do you build tanks as the UK? I'm gonna build light armor. I'm gonna build light armor eventually, but not yet. Wait a while. Wait until I've actually designed a new tank. I don't have any army experience yet. We'll send an attaché to China and get army experience that way. And we're also going to grab one of these guys because it's really worth it. All right, so what I need to do is prepare for an invasion of Iran. Now, I don't really want to leave my bases unguarded in case something wonky happens. We are on historical AI focus, but I've recently had some very frustrating stuff happen. Like, I was doing super well up here, and then Germany somehow pulled off a naval invasion of Belgian Congo, and I just rage quit the game. I was like, fuck this. Hearts of Iron 4. Like, I was like, so now I garrison West Africa against the Germans, because whatever. Okay, so let's build a Elena, please don't share shit. Yeah, I'm sorry there's spam in the chat. I will find a solution to that eventually. Okay, I need to actually let's just unassign. Yeah, someone's spamming the chat. Unassign you. Oops. Unassign. I just want to have access to all my generals here. Okay. This is going to be our Mediterranean garrisons. Won't need to do too much more organization here, but just the armies. And then the Air Force eventually. I'm not going to assign generals yet. I'm just going to divvy up the troops. So these garrisons' job is going to be guarding, for now, Gibraltar, and this order doesn't work very well, but I'm going to use it anyway. They're going to guard Gibraltar and Malta for the time being. What is up with that graphics on that icon? I don't know. Okay, and then let's grab... This will be our Western Desert Force group. Ah, back. And they're probably just going to guard El Alamein while we deal with the Italians elsewhere. But I'm not going to move them. I'm not going to, like, redeploy them yet. And the West African garrisons, of course. Because, telling you guys, I've had bad experiences not guarding these ports. Okay. Did those get named properly? Yeah, okay. And then now we want 2 armies here. I'm just going to make them in advance, even though we're not going to fill them up with units yet. So we were going to have the... We're going to call this East Africa Command. Okay, and then we're going to call this Somaliland Command or something. I think that's what we'll call it for now, because this army's going to come from the north. Oh, shit. I just selected the wrong one. Did I not? I didn't do this properly. Oops. I didn't do this at all. Press plus. There we go. Thank you. Okay. I'm forgetting steps here. Okay, and let's grab... What else do we need to do here? We have forces over here. For the time being... You know what? No, I'm just going to do this in advance. I find it's actually easier to just separate them out, and that way we can more easily add troops to these if we need to later. Just name them quicker here. This might not be the most efficient way to do things, but I don't care. It's the way I like to organize my order of battle. Also, as some of you watching will know, the Italians tend to commit mass suicide against the British troops in East Africa and Hearts of Iron 4 for some reason. You know what, Blair Eric? I don't know if you've played as the UK since the new DLC came out, but I have found that with the new supply system, it's actually even harder for Italy to do much of anything in Italy because they just can't supply these troops at all. As soon as you take 1 or 2 of these ports, they're fucked. So it's actually kind of cool. I kind of like it that way. I was kind of annoyed with how many troops you had to divert to East Africa in the old version of the game. Okay, let's put a fallback line at El Alamein. I find it's pretty hard to be aggressive in the Western Desert in the early game. So we'll do that. What do we got here? West African garrisons. I'm going to have to beef these up at some point, so... Okay, we'll do that for now. And they don't have enough divisions to do that, but we will beef them up, because I want to be able to, like, attack Vichy France from down there and stuff. These guys are going to... I'm going to create a front line on that. This guy is going to create a front line there. We'll add divisions a lot later. Area defense there. Area defense there. And area defense in Hong Kong. Let's just... I'll change those orders later. I just want to get rid of those exclamation marks because it distracts me. And this is basically our little reserve army that we're going to send units out with. I don't have anything motorized, but I do have the Royal Tank Regiment. So let's create an army that we're going to send. We need to invade Iraq from 2 sides. Is France in the Allies yet? I don't think so. Yeah. The AI doesn't seem to quite understand the new logistics and combat with system. Yeah, my rule of thumb when I play Hearts of Iron 4 is I just ignore combat with. I just don't care. I build historical divisions because I'm sick of hearing about like everyone's combat with meta. Like I'm not interested. I just build roughly historical divisions. It's kind of a cool aspect of the game, but it's it's way more important than it should be in my view. Okay, so I want 2 armies to invade Iraq. I want 1 army here, and I want 1 army there. So, in one of these armies, what's the terrain like? Terrain map mode. Terrain map mode sucks in this game. I really prefer Hearts of Iron 4's terrain map. Or Hearts of Iron 3's terrain map. This does not give me any information. It's like not color coded. And it's also got like the country color overlay on top of it. Like, so it's still red in England and like the colors aren't consistent. I'm gonna get a map mod at some point. This sucks. Okay. Let's put 5 divisions here, and 5 divisions here, maybe. Is that enough? Probably with the French, it'll be enough. Because the French will help. So we'll send these guys. Army 1 here, we'll send to there, and Army 2. We're sending the tanks down there. The tanks will just roll into Baghdad. Probably a few more, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I guess France is not in the Allies yet, so we can't use their territory. Are you still there, Dad? I'm wondering whether we're having an audio glitch, because I think Dad may have stepped out here. Let me just double check.
No.
Oh, you're there? Okay. Okay, you were just... Oh, you were on mute for a second.
Oh, I'm on mute.
Oh, okay. All right. I figured as well. I just wanted to double check and make sure that you had not just like lost the Discord connection and disappeared totally. So yeah, I'm just gonna set those up like that for now. The terrain map is difficult to use. I can hardly differentiate the terrain types. Yeah, the terrain map mode in Hearts of Iron 3 is just so much better. The contrast between the colors is much more evident. Of course, if you're colorblind, it's probably all the same. Okay, let's put these armies into theaters. Mediterranean garrisons. Okay, this is gonna be, we'll call this Commander-in-Chief, Middle East and Africa. We'll call this CNC Europe. And that's gonna have our Mediterranean garrisons. West African, East Africa Command, that one. This is going to go to CNC Far East. Sort of weird medley of historical names, non-historical names. These guys here are going to go into an army group. Oops. Okay. That army group, we will put Monty in charge of it. Okay, he's going to take a while to get there. Now, I kind of want to train up I'm going to actually separate out the armor here. Okay, and just put it on the same front line. Give it a new order here. Because I want to put an armor guy in charge of the armor. Our best panzer, sort by skill, our best panzer leader is Neil Ritchie. Are any of the field marshals panzer leaders? I don't think so. No. Okay, let's put Neil Ritchie in charge of this little panzer division. And we'll put... What do we want to do here? I want to use the infantry leader guy. I don't know if they're going to gain a lot of experience, but I might as well. We will start building up an armored army at some points. Oliver Lease is also a decent guy. I want there's one guy here that's an infantry leader, so yeah, Miles Dempsey. And at this point, we'll just pick our best generals overall. Auchinleck is cheaper to promote. William Swim, war hero, trickster. I think William Slim's a really cool general, so let's put him in charge of one of those armies. In terms of the rest of the armies, these are all basically just garrison armies, so let's just reverse sort by skill. You can be in charge there. The reserve army doesn't need a general. What do we got here? Western Desert Force. We need a good general here. So let's grab a defensive guy. What? Oh, don't sort by advisor status. Jesus. Okay. Alexander is good on the defense. Or Auchinleck. Yeah, Auchinleck can defend El Alamein for now. The Western African garrisons. I actually want a decent general down here too. Just stick him. He has no traits, but East Africa commands. I'm gonna shuffle over one of these leaders to there, but for now, just in case shit gets weird, we can put. I don't want to use these old guard guys or whatever they're called in this. Politically connected. I don't want to use them. I want to get better generals. We start with some really good ones, but I want to get better ones. Alexander. No, let's put O'Connor for now, and just don't like these guys that gain experience slowly.
Why? Because they're old and stupid?
Well, this one says politically connected, so presumably they use their political connections to gain appointments rather than skill. Sort of reverse meritocracy. These guys are garrisons. I'm not going to give them a good general. Let's just stick that guy in there. And the Malaya command here will need a good general eventually. But for the time being, we'll take this... Where's the jungle guy?
What the hell? You haven't got Alan Brook assigned anywhere?
Alan Brook is... I believe he's assigned as a field marshal. Yeah, Alan Brook's a field marshal.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I have not assigned him because he is... cautious, that's fine. Actually, he's pretty good. He's very good. He's good on the defense. We'll use him eventually. We just don't need him right now. Jungle Rat, there we go. And Hong Kong command.
So what does a fucking unemployed field marshal do? Besides,
actually, he's going to be our chief of staff, I think. So
yeah, he's probably one of the smartest guys on the.
Yes, he is probably our most skilled general right now, in a number of ways. I'm a big fan of William Slim. I think he's the most interesting. This guy's really good on the defense, and he gains experience slowly. But let's stick Alexander in. Yeah, let's stick Alexander in Hong Kong. You can defend Hong Kong. Tell you what. By the way, your father seems to know a lot about naval warfare. Well, my father was in the Navy, in the Royal Canadian Navy.
The Naval Reserve, but
the Naval Reserve, yes. Okay, these guys here, I'm just not going to stick in. Actually, we can divvy these up in the East African armies. Where are they? Where's the East African armies? This is why I named them, because it's easier to find them this way. There we go. Let's put... we need more, don't we? Yeah, we're going to need more infantry. We're going to have a real problem here. And then these guys can go to... There we go. We might as well make... an army group. Why don't we call this Army Group Iraq? Okay, and then we'll grab these two armies here, make another army group. We'll give Alan Brook a job. How does that sound? Okay, and Alan Brook can be Army Group Ethiopia. Okay. The two countries we're going to invade first, basically. All right. Bill Slim was arguing...
I haven't read his biography. It's something I want to read, actually.
Who is that?
Alan Brook.
Alan Brook. Blair Eric says, Bill Slim was arguably the best World War II British general. I am inclined to agree. He solved the problem in Burma, which everyone assumes Burma was kind of like a secondary theater. It just wasn't. Japan devoted enormous resources to trying to get to India, and they fought there for a very long time, and they stopped the Japanese. And it was the largest land theater on which the Japanese. I mean, there were 1 million men in William Slim's army at one point, which
really?
is more than I want to say more than the Americans ever deployed against Japan. Pretty wild.
I haven't read.
I mean, they were Americans.
The Burmese theater. I'd have to really sort of.
It's really cool. It's really interesting. Okay, this is good for armor research. I don't want to research anything else there. I'm not going to do medium tanks or heavy tanks for now. If we feel like we want to invade Germany earlier, then we'll go for some earlier heavy tanks or something. 37. I could get Marines. I want to get mountain troops, but we're not going to have time to build them. But we're going to need them before... I think I'm going to build mountain troops and then convert them to Marines or something. Because we don't have a lot of special forces. We can't build a lot of special forces, but I think I want mountain troops. Because it's so mountainous in Iran. If we don't get mountain troops, we're not going to be able to invade Iran before the war starts. I don't even know if we're going to be able to, regardless.
You're telling me that you didn't make a proper plan and execute it.
Well,
Not
no.
ready in time.
Well, no. Why don't we just want to change our production here? No, we can make it happen. We can make it happen. If we need to, we'll stop producing aircraft and just produce more infantry equipment. But it'll be okay. We're gonna ramp up soon. What's our
Sounds
current?
kind of preposterous, but anyways, do you have sufficient air power to make it easy in the Middle East?
Oh yeah. We
Okay,
start the
yeah.
game with a big enough air force to conquer the Middle East. Okay, so that's Royal Ordnance Factories. That gives us 6 more factories. Fuck. Why does it? I hate when it does that. Okay. I wish this game had auto pause. Like I one of the things I hate the most about Hearts of Iron 4 is no notification center, which I hate. Like you can't. I want it to auto pause. You know, auto pause when a naval battle's done. Auto pause when I want to see all that stuff. That's how I like to play this game. Otherwise, I'm just constantly slamming the space bar. What do I want here? Is Neville Chamberlain? No, he's not yet, so I can't do that one. BSA company. Decreases the production cost of infantry equipment by -10%. That's a really good one. And we could also go down. We could also.
I have a 22 rifle for target use. It's not a hunting weapon or other kind of weapon, and it's British small arms, and it's a target 22. It's a very unusual. The man. What is it, a Mannlicher or something? I don't know. It's got a weird action, like very much like late 1800s action on it. One of the first like breech loading.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hilarious. Sort of like if you've seen Zulu, right? It's going to be along those lines.
I mean, except that it's a 22. Those were bolt action. Aren't they bolt action?
No, this is not bolt action. When you flick a lever and
Oh, it's a lever action. That's weird.
and a grooved slot drops in front of the chamber, and you just slide the friggin' shell in with your thumb.
Interesting.
Because being
So,
a range gun.
before Sorry, I don't
Yeah,
mean to interrupt, but just before I forget, because I've often forgotten to do this, and it's a really bad idea. I'm going to assign admirals. So my best 2 admirals are, without a doubt, Somerville and Cunningham. I'm going to put Cunningham in Malta. He's the best. He's pretty much the best admiral in the game, actually, or one of the best admirals in the game. Cunningham in Malta, and I'm going to put Somerville in, I think, in this fleet that's based in Alexandria here.
Why was he such a fucking genius?
I don't know much about Summer.
Sicily, it was a dog's breakfast in terms of actual...
No, there was... Which one? Was it Somerville or Cunningham who engineered the attack on Taranto? By the way, Pearl Harbor was inspired by the British attack on Taranto. So, you know, people forget that people make fun of all of the kind of old school admirals in the Royal Navy, but like they had some good ones. Okay, here, this is the home fleets. I'm not quite as worried about that. Retreat decision. Okay, this one gives a bonus to convoy speed while retreating, so we'll put that on. We'll put Fraser on the convoy escort fleet, and I think we'll just put Tovey in charge of the home fleet. I'm not really worried about Germany's capital ships. They all suck. Germany's navy sucks. Okay, let's put for the submarines we'll put Cunningham, whatever. And for the convoy escort fleet, we'll put Bruce Fraser. We could also put Henry Harwood, but he's an old guard, so... Okay. Yeah, I think I agree, Blair, Eric. I think the Burma theater was very, very important. Okay, we're gradually building up our reserve of destroyers. Give me Dispersed Industry 3. HOI competency washes the UK a bit. Yeah, I mean, almost definitely. To be fair, though, I think it does. I think they spend a lot more effort on game balance than they do on historical accuracy in a number of ways. It's a historically flavored game. What's that? That's a supply notification or something. That's annoying. Okay. I want to get Alan Brooke as the chief of army. Not chief of staff, chief of army. Okay, the Chinese United Front forms. Right, so that means it's time to... We need to increase improve our relations with... Because we have negative relations with nationalist China because we hold Hong Kong. They don't like that we hold Hong Kong. But let's improve relations with them for a bit so that we can...
Terribly sensitive.
Well, I mean... Why shouldn't they be?
Yes, exactly. Oh, we're just going to take this city. We're not going to give you any choice.
Exactly.
You're just going to grin and bear it, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's funny how the Hindenburg event fires, but this time the Hindenburg didn't crash. Hilarious. It's like narrowly avoided episode. Okay, I'm getting a supply notification in... that's why I'm not seeing it, because I'm in naval mode. Oh yeah, okay. So we have supply issues here. This is really annoying because I can't... Let me just put these guys on a fallback line along the rail line here. Just get rid of this order. And put them on a fallback line here. That should solve the supply issue. We will eventually build a railway to Baghdad, and that railway will connect us to... You know, we'll connect this all up by railroad. Because we don't conquer without bringing benefit, right? Just like in history. Not... Okay. I'm gonna need more divisions eventually. And these are not gonna cut it. I probably should not have made all those divisions into larger divisions. I probably should have kept the smaller ones. Anyway, we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it eventually. Okay, more factories in London, please. And more factories in Yorkshire.
Why are you only building up those two?
Because they have high infrastructure, so the factories build faster. I'm just building the factories in the areas where they build the fastest.
Okay, so is the infrastructure improving elsewhere? Are they going to catch up? Or?
Yeah, I'm improving the infrastructure in another province. Infrastructure also increases the resource extraction from it, so I'm just kind of using those two in synergy. Another 1936 technology. Where are we at here? 38. I don't need anything from that. I'm probably going to get logistics companies because they're super important, especially in the deserts. Oh, I need the faster engine here. Okay. We're going to save up some army experience soon and design a tank. Your dad is right. The elite Enfield used in World War II had an action similar to the Mannlicher Straight. It was more expensive to produce, but it made rapid fire a lot easier. Both are a blast to shoot. Though if you're not careful, you can get your thumb stuck. Hilarious. Okay. Here we go. So, Stanley Baldwin has resigned, which means we're going to get the super fucking incompetent Chamberlain, who actually increases our factory output, so maybe not that bad. Whoa, 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 stop, stop, stop. I hate how this game automatically unpauses. I never want the game to automatically unpause, like, ever. I want to be the only one in control of the...
It doesn't need...
It does, I know. I want it to automatically pause when I tell it to pause, and I want to have I want to have like 300 options as to when it can pause and unpause, and I want it to never automatically unpause, because I fucking hate that shit. Okay, we're not going to demobilize the economy because Mr. Chamberlain wants us to demobilize the economy. What we're going to do is we're going to get rid of Mr. Chamberlain, and we're going to send an attaché to China to build up war support. So once BSA Company finishes in... few days, we'll switch over to the one that kicks Chamberlain out, a vote of confidence or whatever it's called. And we need to send... Okay, the war hasn't started in China yet, so we can't send an attaché. I hate those stupid General Falls Ill generic events. They're not... they just pop up too much, basically. Okay, I think it's because we sent them overseas or something. I don't know. I wonder if that affects it. Okay, motion of no confidence. Boom.
Send them out to the Pacific to get malaria or some fucking thing.
Yep.
Totally
okay, just gonna save my political power for now. Amelia Earhart circumnavigates the goal. It's interesting. So Amelia Earhart doesn't die in this one, and the Hindenburg survives. So we got full alternate history going on here. Railway to Baghdad, another music album. Yeah. Okay, we've got the chassis we need for the tanks. We've got the artillery we need for the tanks. Let's grab, I think it's time for the, oh shit, we've been neglecting the Air Force. Let's like calm the fuck down about tanks for now, and let's get better carrier fighters and better tactical bombers. Wait, it's July? No, sorry, we need to rush computing machine 2. Okay. Then we're going to switch from the army to focusing on the Air Force. At the end of the day, we don't need super good bombers. We need to have air superiority eventually. Okay, so all the Chinese warlords are joining with nationalist China to defend against the Japanese, and the Japanese declare war. So I'll just put the speed down to 1 for a second here, because I want to send an attaché to China. Okay, that will give us 23% war score, which gets rid of the timer for oh yeah, we're building 70. See, this is much better now. Okay. We're probably going to switch over to military factories pretty soon, because we need to pick up the pace here. It's happening though. 100 per day will be out soon. Excuse me. I hate this event. Our attaches will be sent where we please. Interesting. Okay. All right. So Japan is at war with China. We can actually see this war because we have an attaché, so we can see the Chinese lose their shit. Okay. We're back down to 100 political power. The thing is, it's actually better. Someone did the math. It's actually better to go for this guy than it is to send an attaché to China with the new game in terms of how much army experience you get. Well, basically, Dad, to bring you up to speed here, we get army experience by having a military attaché in China. Our army we can build better divisions and stuff faster because we don't really have much army experience. So that's why we did that. But the other thing is that it increases your war support. So and we'll also increase our war support once we get to Churchill. So now we could put Alan Brooke in charge of the army, but instead of doing that, we're going to wait and go from early mobilization to partial mobilization, because we'll get more war support by having Churchill in charge. All these armies have generals. Yeah, okay. An attaché to China, the most overpowered strategy for the UK. You know what, though? It's a little bit less overpowered now than it used to be, I think. Well, in some ways, because you're sacrificing more stuff. Like, we're gonna be able to. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you're right though. It is overpowered. Okay. I'm not again. I play like a pseudo historical pseudo. I find it just too annoying to handicap yourself that much by not sending it. Okay, I really do need the logistics company, but I also, more importantly, I need better planes. I'm gonna go with the Sea Gladiator. Doesn't take long to research, and then we'll go with the better tactical bomber. We are producing a lot of out of date aircraft right now. Motion of no confidence. All right, we are replacing Chamberlain with Churchill. 3 years, 3 years early. Okay. I now want to do. I need to do that to unlock that. I think we're just gonna beeline now to get to invade Iraq. I think that's what we're gonna do. There's other stuff I want to do, but it'll have to wait. Our research efficiency is not as good as I would normally have it playing as the UK, but whatever. Maybe we'll make some battle plans here. I hate battle plans, to be honest. I really don't like using them. Is there anybody I want to be a field marsher? That's the only time it's actually advantageous to use them. William Slim. You know what? No, I'll just do it manually. I don't care. I don't fucking care about battle plans. I'm just going to do it all manually. I'll just make front lines and do it manually. I need France to join the Allies so that I can make a proper front here, and then I'm going to start building up the rail infrastructure. Let's also get an Air Force kind of in place for the invasion of Iraq. So there's 2. Should I switch over to military factories? Probably, eh? I think we're going to have to. Yeah, let's finish this guy up. Cancel this one. Keep building the infrastructure here. And actually, before we switch to militaries, I'm just going to do a couple things here. I want an airbase in... Doesn't take very long to build. I want an airbase in Kuwait. And in... Can I build one there, too? That would help. I think there's an airbase. Do the French have an airbase here? They have an airbase there. I'll cancel this one. I don't need an airbase in Jordan. I just want one there, so we can use our bombers there. And then I'm also going to have to start building a rail line. But I'd like to build the rail line through French territory if possible, rather than on my own. But they're not. Are they in the Allies? Not sure. I just can't even remember.
What do you mean you can't remember?
I just can't whether the event fired or not. Can I?
Oh.
No, they're not in the Allies yet. If they were in the Allies, then I could. They join automatically. It should happen soon. Because we're gonna force France to help us invade Iraq too, and we're not gonna give them anything for it. We're just gonna force France to expend French lives to, you know, because we need to secure the oil for the Royal Navy, and France has to help us get that. Okay, and then we're gonna let France die in the war against Germany because why not, right? All right, that airbase is done. Get some military factories in Yorkshire, and infrastructure still building up there. That's fine. Gonna start switching over to military factories for sure. Let's switch to partial mobilization. That'll speed things up. This is how I finished the doctrine tree before the war. Oh, the doctrine tree. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, we're not gonna do much land doctrine for now, but yeah, I'm not gonna put a lot in doctrine for the time being. But yeah, you can for sure. It's definitely overpowered for sure. All right, I don't need to do anything there. Why is France not in the Allies yet? This should be soon, right? I need more Air Force stuff. Let's get the Wellingtons. The only reason I'm doing medium bombers or tactical bombers is because they're actually not bad at naval bombing. They don't destroy a lot of ships, but you can essentially use them as they double as scouts. Plus, their range is good. I don't want to do the strategic bombing stuff, but their range is good for use in theaters like this, basically. Okay, we have an airbase here that we can keep 200 planes in. What do we got here? Let's grab everything we have in this area and just move it to there. Do we have anything? No, we've got some... I don't want to take it. I don't want to empty out these air bases. I'm just going to... Let's grab the ones that are in Singapore here and Aden and send them to this level 1 airbase there. We'll just reorganize everything once they get there. Were these guys weren't drilling? Oh yeah, they were. Okay. What do we got here? Hawker, Hector, and those ones. Is anything left in Singapore? No. Okay, good. What do we got here? We've got close air supports. Let's take these two and merge them. And we've got this fighter squadron and heavy bombers. Okay, that's probably fine for now. We're going to need to get closer. These, can I actually customize this? I want these to be, I want to use my Hurricanes here because these are not, not getting much range. Maybe we just send them all here. Yeah. Okay. And now we've overstacked that airbase. I'm not going to build up the airbase instead. I'm just going to send some of these units. Can the tactical bombers operate from... Yeah, the tactical bombers will send to France. Okay. What's this? No mission assigned. Don't care. Stop drilling them. We've successfully decrypted the cipher, Germany's cipher. That's good. Let's, it's not worth decrypting the cipher for Iraq. Let's just get him working on the Italian cipher. Might be worth speeding that up. Let's take a look at what the intelligence we have on Iraq here. Does it tell us much here? Military factories 4, dockyards 3. Yeah, it's pretty wimpy. Let's see what we know about their army. Where do I see that again? There's a button somewhere here. Oh, there we go. We can see what their infantry template is. Number of divisions with this template, 1 to 4. We can't see the actual template, but we can see... Doesn't look like they have that many divisions. They have a fair amount of infantry equipment. Well, it's interesting. So it looks to me like...
No artillery.
You can see their chief of staff, too. Interesting. They do have a bit of artillery. This is their stockpile, though. Oh, that just means they either don't have any artillery at all, or none of it's in there. I think it means none of it's in their reserve. They don't have any ships. So I was going to send a task force into the Persian Gulf, but it looks to me like they just don't have any ships. Our Navy intel is 87%, so we're getting full information. In terms of aircraft, they've got 19 to 35 close air support. Our air intel is pretty good, too. So I think the intel part of the game is not really that necessary, but it's kind of fun. It takes a while to build up this intel. It would have been better used in Italy, but I think it's kind of fun if we're going to invade a country to actually be able to see that stuff. I prefer the intelligence game overall in this one to Hearts of Iron 3. I think it's a little bit more fleshed out.
In Civ 6, certainly the spy game has got much more elements. I've never really employed it very vigorously, other than on defense. But
yeah, I still can't bring myself to build factories in provinces that aren't full infrastructure. So I'm going to pick another one here. And you know what? In the long run, the resources we get from like building up this stuff, I think this is the best one to do here. Just put one level of infrastructure there, build that up. I think that's fine. Wait a second. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Build up a little bit of infrastructure. We'll catch up in terms of the factory game. We won't catch up to Germany, but we'll have enough factories. We'll have enough factories. Put it that way. When does France join the Allies? Can we see in their focus tree or something? I'm not going to spy on France just to gain intelligence. We can probably stop spying on Iraq at this point, though. Yeah, it's probably... We've pretty much got all the info. I guess we get combat bonuses from it, though. What does it give us? Planning speed plus 50%? Is it just a planning bonus you get from spying? I hate the planning bonus. France wants to join the Allies. Thank you. Okay, perfect. All right, that's what I was waiting on. Okay, France, you can be our ally. It'll be really fun. Okay, get rid of this stupid fallback line. And we want to put a front line here. We're going to use French territory in French Syria, basically, to invade Iraq, because why not? And then once we deploy these troops out here, they're going to have supply issues, which I'm going to solve by... Tell you what, France? French Syria is going to get a free railroad out of assisting us with this invasion, so... Early 36 is when France joins the Allies, I believe. Well, they just did. Late 37. Okay, so you can see here, if we look at this, one of the cool things about this DLC is you can actually build out the supply network for your allies. So you can see here, if you look at the rail map, and this is my favorite thing about the new DLC, the rail and the supply stuff, I think is really, really cool. I honestly could give two shits about the tank designer. But the rail is really, really cool here. We can see that
you're a Sim City guy.
Exactly.
Yeah, next.
So we can see that there's actually a rail line from Mosul that goes all the way to Kuwait City here. We're going to connect all this up. Actually, we're going to connect it all up. But I think the best thing for us to do is to build basically a supply line. It's going to kind of stretch out here and go to Baghdad. We'll connect maybe, what is that, Damascus to Baghdad?
Yeah.
I think that's probably the best bet. And we're going to build it as we invade them, basically. We're just going to conquer territory and attack their... And build rail lines behind the troops, basically, which is going to be cool. And that will help us to supply when we then invade Iran. So... I don't know what's the fastest route here. It can't really tell us, but we're going to have to go out to there at least. I'm not going to build a supply hub. I'm just going to build that railway out. Just like the lowest level of railroad, like a single track railroad or whatever you want to call it. And then I'm going to gonna make the French motorize these supply hubs here so that I can get some more supplies out to those troops. Basically, the way the supply system works in this, which I think is really, really cool, is supplies flow along rail lines, and then the provinces that don't have rail lines in them, it's assumed that they go from these supply hubs to, you know, via truck over lands based on the infrastructure level. So yeah, that's basically how that works. What I wanted to do was take some tactical bombers and move them. Maybe we'll move them here. All right, that focus is done. Let's go no further appeasement. The only disadvantage to no further appeasement, actually, is a fairly big disadvantage. It lowers our stability, and it also, our minister dude who's giving us more political power, we lose his bonus from that focus. But whatever. Cost of doing business. By that I mean the cost of an aggressive war. Oh, I don't need naval bombers here. So these naval bombers can go live in Malta.
Yeah.
We definitely want naval bombers there. Naval bombers are actually pretty much overpowered. Don't want them doing pilot exercises. Infrastructure in that area of the world is a nightmare. Yeah, well, here's the thing. If you don't do it, I played through this war, and, you know, you can see already these troops are actually low. Like, these are undersupplied troops, even just sitting on the border. So as soon as they move into full military action, it's going to be even worse. So it's actually going to be pretty important to connect up Damascus and Baghdad, and then and then once we invade Iran, we're going to want to take this supply hub here and probably take this rail hub and shortcut it there. Although, if we take the port here, that might not be necessary. We can probably... Wouldn't hurt to connect it by rail, though. I don't know. Or we can just connect... Actually, we can connect the 3 hubs here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we don't need it to be super, super linear and efficient.
Is that main line growing now? Is that... Yeah, the rail line.
Yeah, it's being built now. I'm just building... Yeah. I'm basically building... You know, imagine if you're Iraq sitting here watching the British build a rail line to your border, and they're like, ah, fuck. Like, okay, what's the fastest route, actually? Do I need another province? I think I do. Gloucester Sea Gladiator's done. So we've got all the aircraft I want. I'm not going to use carrier-borne close air support. Could be interesting, but we're not going to do it. Could be good to get some naval techs now, honestly. What else do I need for land techs? I've kind of got this mentality here.
I'm surprised you haven't got the 25-pounder.
What do you mean the 25-pounder? The
25-pounder was the piece of artillery.
We're gonna get it later. We don't need it right now. We can use our outdated equipment until. Oh, you know what I want? Okay. We'll do a technology that's gonna help with both our tanks and our this technology here. Decimetric radar actually unlocks a tank radio too. I guess it's radar and radio combined. So we're gonna grab that a little bit early, and we'll be able to put radar on our ships for sure. What's out of date? I don't have enough army experience to design a satisfactory tank for the time being, but let's stop producing the Hawker Nimrod and replace it with the Sea Gladiator, which looks in this game identical to a Hurricane. Okay. Oh, free civilian factories. That's not good. Okay. Let's put military factories in northern England and Lancashire. Maxed it out. Okay. Do we have any room in London? No, we don't. Okay. Do I need anything else infrastructure-wise? Not so much. The QF 25-pounder is still used. It was huge. Yeah. The other thing was the Swedish Bofors. Those were a big deal too, right? How many provinces? 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. It's just as fast to go through these ones. What's the infrastructure like? Can I see that? Because it probably matters. Infrastructure 1, infrastructure 3. So it doesn't really matter whether I go this way or that way. Guess the infrastructure is better there. Anyway, we're just going to take the shortest route. We'll use rail. It's kind of cool because the way the supply system is designed in this game, you can, as long as you lay down a railroad, the infrastructure of the province doesn't matter as much. It still matters, but it doesn't matter as much. Like, you can move supplies quickly through an area that's low infrastructure on rail. So it's kind of cool. I think it's a good system. I think it still needs some work, but it's a good system. It's also like mercifully quick to build the rail stuff. Okay, what's going on here? Oh, our carrier finished. Interesting. The Ark Royal is done. Should we design a carrier? That could be fun. Not until we have radar. Our next carrier design should definitely have radar. Or maybe not. You know what? Fuck it. Let's get a carrier going because they take a long time to build. So we're going to build the Illustrious. The naval treaties are still in vigor, which means that we cannot design a carrier that is any bigger than the Ark Royal. So there's two options here. We can build something that's identical to the Ark Royal, or we can do what the British did historically, which is something like this. When they designed the Illustrious class carriers, they sacrificed some hangar space in order to have armored flight decks. The advantage of that, actually, they ended up, the Illustrious class of carriers, which was designed to the treaty limit, actually ended up being super useful in the late Pacific War because the kamikazes bounced off them. And they were designed for use in the Mediterranean. The assumption was, in the Mediterranean and the North Sea, the assumption was that carriers, the Ark Royal had been designed for the Pacific, so it had more aircraft because it was going to be used in the open seas, and the Illustrious was designed for use in areas where they would be close to land-based air. So I'm gonna go with the historical design because I think it's kind of fun to have like a smaller flight deck but an armored flight deck. I'm just gonna go with the historical design, and we'll make more powerful ones later. I'm probably just gonna build one of these though. We'll call it the Illustrious class just for fun, and stick it in the queue. I want to assign 4 to that, so we get it. We'll get it in July of 39. That's pretty good. I should take a look at our reserves of ships and maybe double up on destroyers. Also, these town class are probably taking a bit too long. We'll see. I don't know if I need them, actually. I've got a pretty big... I'm not going to build any more of these type of sort of heavier light cruisers. Let's just take a look at our reserve fleet here and see how... We still only have 10 destroyers in reserve? Yeah, that's not going to cut it. Okay, we need to reallocate some resources here. Do we have any? Take one off the Leander and put it into... Yeah, we just need to pick up the pace a bit here on the those older destroyer designs. Illustrious! Indeed. Also, fantastic name for a ship. The HMS Illustrious. Also, Ark Royal. There's been, like, I don't know, like a bunch of ships. Okay, this is my home army that I decided to build, which... Silly roleplay, but we'll do it. All right, this will be the home army. To pick a shitty general. I guess... There we go, an old guard. Thomas Jacome Hutton. You can be the chief of Dad's army. And you are going to... This army is going to be in CNC Europe, and it's going to guard just the ports in England. Blair Eric, you had asked me something about... Oh, there's no ports there. Wait a second. Let's just start this over here. I need to actually click on the provinces with ports, and it's kind of hard to see. This one. Yes. Bristol, Portsmouth, Norwich, London, Hull, Newcastle. I'm just gonna ignore this army, but I will, I guess, for the sake of not... It's kind of gamey not to guard England. You can get away with it to not have any forces whatsoever in England, but I feel like that's kind of pushing the... Oh, there's nothing up here, is there? Is there a port there? Can't even fucking see. Lothian? No. Okay, so remove that one. That's Lothian, right? Can't fucking see. Whatever. I hate the way... I hate the provinces. I just don't like the map in this game. The Hearts of Iron 3 map has its own issues, but this one is not... Not ideal. Okay, that's good. That's what we'll guard.
Especially when they had EU4s.
Well, I don't know. Like, I what I don't like about this game is this stupid kind of shiny layer that they've put over the political map. And like, no matter what map mode you go to, except for that one's good actually, but like this map mode here, like, is the worst. The terrain map mode just drives me bonkers. Okay, what do we got going on here? I should take a break soon actually, but we're getting to the point where we might actually be able to declare war. I kind of like the organization in this game, though. I don't like to rush things too much. Italy announces claims on Yugoslavian territory. That's not good. So we are finally catching up. Let me just take a look here, actually. Yes. Awesome. All right, wait a second. We have caught up. We finally got all the infantry equipment that we need. I need to do this, and... I want to right click, right click, right click. That's going to make it a lot easier to manage here. This is fine. Yeah, we're short on supply equipment. We definitely need to do that. Giovanni Colucci, I agree with you. My favorite Civ. Now, I have not played much Civ 6. My dad here is a big player of Civ 6. I have basically hardly played it at all. I kind of lost interest in Civilization around the time Civ 6 came out, but I was a huge fan of
Civ 5. We played
Civ 5. Yeah, we used to play multiplayer. Did I get that? I got that thing in the queue, right? The illustrious one? Yeah, okay, good. Just want to make sure. Yeah, we can't design, unfortunately, a bigger carrier right now. We could. I don't even think we can afford to put the radar on. We might have been able to, but it's too big. Just call this the Home Guard.
The radar's too big to put on a fucking aircraft carrier.
No, it's not.
Nice.
Actually, you know what? I was reading about it, and World War II ships were incredibly cramped by modern standards, and the radar facilities and the early radar facilities took up like a huge. Like, you know, on the scale of how cramped ships were, it actually, it's not totally unrealistic. It would add to the tonnage. They made choices like, let's take out torpedoes and put in ASDIC or something. Like they did have to make choices in terms of all that. These stupid divisions are coming out. And it looks like we've managed to sort of catch up on. Sort of caught up on equipment, finally. I think that's it. Dad's army is ready to go. Okay. No divisions in basic training. Now, the question is, what do I want to do? I can actually delete this colonial garrison template, I guess. I'm going to do that just to get rid of... What do I want to do? I probably want to build mountaineer divisions next. They're going to help in both East Africa. How many can I build? Just, oh, wait a second. What does the template look like, more importantly? Combat with 6? Ugh. I'd like to get to at least 10. That's why we're able to build so many. Do I have enough points to put at least 1, 2 more? Combat with 10. Make it look nicer. Mountaineers. I think 10 combat width is decent in this game, but I'm not sure. Ideally, you would have a much bigger. I don't know. Wait a second. What is the how do I see mountains? Oh, there we go. Combat width 75, additional attacks 25. So what does that mean? That means that we want something that is 25 width. Oh, this is the shit I hate in this game. So I guess, like, what? Like, combat with 12 would be ideal for mountain or something? I don't fucking know. I'm not going to worry about it. We're going to go with combat with 10, and that's going to be that. Either way, we're not going to have very many of these divisions, so... Because we don't...
And what is this in aid of? Because it's not guys lined up shoulder to shoulder.
It's just how big a division you can attack. I know some of you watching don't get the reference. Look up Dad's Army. The Home Guard was a real thing, but it's also an amazing show. I've never watched the show. I know about it, and I've been meaning to watch it. It's on my list of like old British TV shows to watch. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Blair Eric has pointed out in the comments, Dad's Army was a show about like the old men with pitchforks they used to, like, basically the Home Guard was largely comprised of people who were ineligible to serve in the regular British forces.
Oh, they were old veterans from World War One.
No, I know. Sorry, the combat width is how big a division we need to build. Here we can see that the combat width is 10. I want a bigger division. These are mountain divisions. So that was basically a mountain brigade. I want to build a mountain division, and I want to get them out as soon as possible. I'm not going to build any support. I only have 10 army experience. I'm going to use it to design a bigger mountain division. That'll do for now. Probably going to transform these into... Yeah, we can only build 4 now. Because there's a limit to how many special forces divisions you can build. And hopefully these will be trained by the time we're at war with Iran. I'm not really worried about Iraq because it's kind of hilly, but it's mostly plains. So we'll be able to use that single armor brigade that we have. We could also... No, I haven't designed our armored division yet. That's what I should do next. I think before we design a tank, we're going to actually use the army experience we have to get an armored division going, and then we'll replace our tanks later. Didn't know it was a thing in Canada. Dad's Army. It's not, but it's on like Netflix or something. Okay, so Yugoslavia wants airplanes from us. I'm going to approve the sale of bombers from our reserves. I definitely don't want to divert fighter production to cover a Yugoslavian order. Fighters are... The thing about this game is, like, bombers are nice to have. Fighters are a matter of survival. You know, you need fighters. And that, I guess that was true historically, too. Okay. Okay, do I want to assign Alan Brooke to get some more army experience. Yeah, let's do that. There we go. And that way this is gonna go up real fast now, because we're getting army experience from, we're getting 15% of China's army experience, plus Alan Brooke is giving us stuff, so that's awesome. Okay, we're done all those techs. Those techs are all lined up. Air Force is looking good. I'm not going to research too much ahead of time, by the way. I don't really roll that way. I don't like to go super ahead of time on specific techs. We could use some naval experience to grab some better technologies here. I want to upgrade our torpedoes. I want to upgrade our active sonar and the depth charge throwers. We'll go for the depth charge mortar eventually too. This is basically the hedgehog. No, that's the hedgehog. The depth charge mortar is the hedgehog. I don't want anything here. We're in 38. We could go for better infantry equipment too. Oh, you know what? I think we got to get logistics. I think we got to get the logistics companies. I think we have a choice. Because if we don't get logistics companies in our infantry divisions, we're going to be fucked. With the supply out here. Free military factories. Let's just see what we need here. We need some more rifles. Support equipment we're still behind on, but we can go down to 4 per day is fine. The rest here. There we go. That 33 per day? Yeah, we'll get those mountain divisions out real soon. Okay, 2 more focuses and then we can invade. Kickstart the war industry. More military factories. Love it. Okay. It's amazing, the stupid, I'm sorry, guys, about the spam in the chat. I sort of know how to get rid of it, but can't really do it right now. I should probably set up some kind of bot that does that. I think someone was telling me about that. United Kingdom disavows appeasements. So basically we're saying to the worlds, don't fuck with us anymore. Like, I want to keep that spy there for now. It'll be fun to have a spy in Iraq while we invade them. Give us more juicy information. I think we have enough divisions. I kind of would appreciate the French sending some divisions here, but they will. They will. I'm really delaying those naval techs. I'm a little bit concerned about that. The Anschluss of Austria. This violates the Versailles Treaty. I think at this point... Whoa. Slow down. Okay. Italy abandons the naval treaty. That triggers the escalator clause, which means we will be able to build bigger ships soon. Indian National Congress triumphs. That's not good. That means India is trying to be independent. I mean, it's great for India, not great for us. Okay, what do we got here? More military factories. Put them all in infantry equipment for now. I just want to build up our divisions for this war with Iraq and Iran, and then we're gonna have to dramatically shift in favor of aircraft. We're going to have to stop building the army and start building aircraft very, very soon. I should get some armored divisions going, though. I probably have some reserves. Do I still have the armored brigade? Let's just do that for now. Tank brigades. Full-on tank brigades. Let's do it. These guys to southwest England so they can get out as quickly as possible. I don't want to build... I want to queue up, like... 5. No, actually... Let's go for 4 divisions. Well, we only have enough equipment for 2. Let's just stick with what we have equipment for already. That's fine. That's fine for now. Don't worry, I'm manually removing the spam now. It's a malicious search they want you to Google. Oh, thank you for doing that, Blair Eric. I'll tell you why I can't do it right now. OBS has done a wonderful thing in allowing you to directly access the YouTube chat in OBS, but it doesn't, there's not really any tools. I don't really have any tools set up to do that kind of stuff. Okay. Military factories. Do I have any other provinces that are ready to go here? Okay, these are the 3 that I put to the highest. How many factories do I have? I've got 57 civilian factories and 29 military factories. I need more. I need more military. But I want to get the infrastructure higher as well. Let's go Midlands. Where else can I increase? Ooh, up here would be nice. 5, 6. No, I'm going to go with the... Even though I'd like the tungsten and the aluminum up there. Or what is that? I don't know what that is, but it's one of them. I think it's tungsten. This province produces chromium, tungsten, and aluminum. I'd like all those, but it's going to take longer to build up, and I can get 6 steel. That's fine. Let's do it. I could also start building up radar stations, but not yet. We need more military factories first. Japan has abandoned the naval treaty. Okay, so that means that the escalator clause is going to be triggered soon enough. Really need to reinforce the troops there, but I guess I can reallocate troops from Iraq to Italy there. We're definitely not declaring war at Czechoslovakia. We've disavowed appeasement, but we're not going to be ready for that. Haven't got enough divisions going. Okay, free military factories. Give me more. Oh, actually, we're good on equipment here. Might be time to switch to airplanes. Yep, let's do it. Let's go down to 5. I'm going right down to 1 support equipment for now. And then... Give me hurricanes. Give me all the hurricanes. I'll put 20 factories on that for now. And, well, 15 out of 20 anyway. I need to massively increase the size of my air force. Nationalist victory in the Spanish Civil War. How surprising. Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why are you unpausing the game? I hate it. Okay. Dispersed industry is finally done. So that means we can actually delay this and build factories in... Wait. There we go. Stack up some factories there, there, and there, and there. And then we'll move this down. Get all those factories building for sure. Okay. Research slots. What do I want here? These are important, but I'm not going to do them quite yet. What were we working on? Oh, we don't have any naval techs. Okay, we've got the logistics. Let's go with... Let's do something naval. I've been really delaying these techs forever. What do we want more? Sonar or depth charges? I think sonar probably. I also really like the improved airplane catapult. Believe it or not, it's super useful, but maybe we'll delay that for now. Let's grab the sonar, and then we'll do the other one after. We're almost done. Yeah, we're gonna go full on Navy techs now for a bit. Decimetric radar, awesome. That's awesome. That is a naval tech as well. That's the one that allows us to deploy the Type 79 radar on our ships. Okay. We have so many ships that have torpedoes already that this is a really good tech. All of our old ships even have the level 1 torpedo bays, but this technology actually gives them better torpedoes. So we don't need to upgrade the ships. We can just give them better torpedoes automatically. So I'm going to do this. We have like 200 ships that have torpedo launchers. So it's a really good one. Okay, I want to do a Naval Chief of Staff soon, but not quite yet. What's our focus right now? Kickstart the war industry. Okay, there's the Wellington done. Let's do full-on naval techs for a while here. Do I need anything here? No, it's March of 38. I don't need anything. No, we're good, we're good. So let's go with either the depth charge or this or one of these techs. Let's play on the safe side and grab the depth charges first, because we're going to need to get our destroyers going here. What do we got in production that's out of date? The crazy Whitley bombers. We'll replace those with Wellingtons. wonder what our Air Force is looking like. Let's take a look at, out of curiosity, Intel Ledger here. What do we know about Germany's... Ooh. Why is our... I guess we haven't had a spy in Germany for that long. We better send that other spy to Germany rather than Italy. This is not a lot of information. We know what models of planes they have, but we don't know how many, and that's not good. So as soon as this war with Iraq is done, I'm going to send that spy elsewhere. Also, let's get another spy. We'll become the spy master of our faction, just for kicks. 30 days. I really need that political power.
They did have a pretty strong intelligence service.
Well, the thing is, they started their intelligence service much earlier than the Americans did. So, okay, we can also start filling out air doctrines. Do I want to do that, or do I want to do... Let's take a look at... I'm just out of curiosity, just for flavor's sake. What do we have here? What Spirit of the Air Force? Could be good to do this one. Gives us it gives us Air Force experience. So, like, spend 50 points now, and then get more experience. We could research faster. The research ones I don't find are that useful because there's not that many air techs to research. Air advisor costs. That's kind of cool, but we already have an air advisor. Effective training programs. Nah. Air crew surveys. This is garbage. Air doctrine costs minus 15%. That's not that bad, actually. Let's go with this one, though. Let's get the air experience. Branch independent service spirits. Okay. I think that's worth it. We'll slow down the doctrine research, but get faster air experience, especially when we're not at war. Yeah, we're getting a lot of air experience. That way we can design better aircraft too. Oh, those stupid events. Doesn't matter what you pick there. I'm actually shocked at how little we know about the German Air Force. That's not good. I need to switch that up very soon. Okay, more naval technologies. I've got everything I need for tanks. I can let our infantry equipment fall behind a bit. I also want this 36 submarine hull. In fact, let's do that next, because if we don't get that, we really can't be building subs at all.
Yeah, and without that, we can't do our Naval Pacific.
Yeah, I think it'll be cool to have subs in the Pacific. Because here's the thing: even if we lose the naval superiority of the Pacific, we can still harass them with subs, right? So it's kind of a cool way to do things, I think. Okay, kickstart the war industry. So in 70 days.
Just as long as I don't know what I mean. This thing is all logistic oriented, so I don't know how. Where you have to have bases to keep and what distance you can operate.
It depends. Yeah,
base.
It's going to depend. Like right now, if you want to see the naval map mode with the bases that we currently have. Now let's select a group here. Actually, a navy. So you see this red area here. Those are the areas that are out of range of a British naval base. So that's why like the Mid-Atlantic Gap is such a, this area here is that's where Germany can really kill British convoys, because we have bases here, but our fleets can't operate really in these gaps at all. Then if we look in the Pacific, the entire Indian Ocean pretty much is covered because we've got bases in Diego Garcia and all those spots. We don't have that wide a range, but we can definitely project power into the South China Sea if we want to. And we also have access to all these Australian bases here, so pretty far. We have a pretty good range. The Americans have Hawaii, so they can get kind of, get all this area of the Pacific, but we do have a pretty good range of bases. So I don't imagine I'm going to spend any amount of effort defending these bases out here. I'll just let Japan have them if they want them, but I want to keep them out of the Dutch East Indies if at all possible, and who knows? We may be overextending ourselves. We may find ourselves, retreating back to Singapore. I would like to really at the very least, make a last stand at Singapore if they... I don't want, like, Malaysia has an incredible amount of rubber and stuff like that I don't want to give to the Japanese, and I don't want to lose it for myself. So as we pick up, if we find ourselves in a situation where we need to build like a ton of trucks really quickly, we need a lot of rubber. And so yeah, that's the theory. Defeat the Axis with trucks and, what did I say earlier? Trucks and planes. Trucks and planes and choo-choo trains. Okay. All right. What do we got here? We're out of aluminum because, yeah, we're gearing up our fighter. We are gearing up our fighter industry, and we do not have enough domestic aluminum, so let's grab some from British Malaya. Case in point, British Malaya has 35. That's the best deal. We can buy it from the States too, but it's cheaper to buy from the colonies. Wait, what? Okay, we're good. There we go. Free military factories. How many airplanes do I have? Only 774 fighters. Yeah, we better start gearing this up here. Unless I want to build more tanks or something, but I don't think so. What if we...
You're not going to need land force materials until you get serious in the Mediterranean.
Well, we're going to need a bit against the Italians. I mean, yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, but let's get another tank brigade going and just... I'm going to just... I mean, this is a little bit... you know what? No, I'm not going... I'm just going to let that passively build up. I certainly don't want to build those super outdated tanks anymore. Let's build more Hurricanes. Okay. Oh, we have a new operative. Okay. Wow, an Italian. That's awesome. Love it. Okay, we have an Italian double agent. That's right, because we captured him. He's not super good or anything, but I like the idea of putting an Italian double agent in Italy. Let's actually... Can we stick him in Iraq and keep our intelligence intact there, and then... Okay, and then take you, because you're German, and stick you in Germany.
Germany.
Okay, that way we get a better, more info on their air force, because I really want to know how many... The dad's army tune is in your head and you can't get rid of it. Hilarious. Yeah, we should be able to see if this intel, if this is the level of detail we're going to get. Oh, wait, 47%. Oh yeah, it's going up. It's going up. There we go. So it says that Germany has something like 1,000 fighters, like up to 1,000 fighters. We need to outproduce Germany in fighters. No matter how much territory we lose, as long as we outproduce Germany in fighters, we can defeat them in the end. You know, obviously we don't want to lose all of our capital ships or anything like that, but yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay. As long as we outproduce them in fighters. Okay, France is... Oh, God damn it. France is overstacking these provinces, and now we're out of supply. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll make a battle plan on this side here, because I really want these forces to sort of not be dispersed as they are. 4 divisions there. I want offensive line. I want to make a front along this river here, like that. I want to push this way. In fact, you know what I'll do? Let's just reorganize this. I'll use the battle planner a bit. It's kind of fun, and then it gets really annoying. So I'll make a custom small front here so that we're not that far from our rail line. I'll leave the French to defend this area here, or just let it get lost. French can sort that out. We're not going to have a choice, and then I want to create an offensive line. Wait, that's not how we do this. Fuck. It's kind of awkward, but it does eventually. Offensive line. That should be good. Right up to the river. There we go. Yeah, there you go, France. You can guard the provinces that are hard to supply. Thank you. Fuckers. Okay, mountain divisions. Sweet. Do I need you here? Plains province, plains province, plains, plains, plains. Not really. There's just one hill province in all of Iraq. Okay, well, let's just send them... Let's just make an army here. Give it a... Do we have anybody good anymore, or did we use up all the good guys? Oh yeah, we do. Wavell. Do you want to be in charge of the mountain troops? Yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
Oryx was good. He was the one that ran the tanks in Normandy.
Yep. I'm aware of that. I'm just going to deploy these guys. I do want to deploy them somewhere because I don't want them to take forever to get here. Let's just send them for now to here. Because we're definitely, like, look at the terrain in Iran. We're definitely going to need those mountain troops. We're going to make a whole mountain corps, basically, or 3 divisions or something. Oh, they're all there. Sweet. Where did that army go? Oh, it's here. Okay. Let's color this. Is there a mountain symbol here? Not really, huh? Do they have the 14th Army here? Oh, they do. That's awesome. Okay. Mountain divisions can be, I don't know, fucking... There we go. Star. We'll make them a star. Mountain Corps. And we'll deploy them to the Middle East just so that they're close by and ready to go. Is there any benefit to me sending a strike force? I guess we could get some shore bombardment. Let's just send... Tell you what. Let's take a... Because we're actually going to be declaring war very, very shortly. I'm going to take a break, like a 5-minute break right before we declare war. But let's just send this... This fleet here. It's got 1 heavy cruiser in it. I think that gives a bit of shore bombardment. So we'll use the naval guns. Let's also order... I want to issue orders for the Air Force before, because I always forget to do it, and then I just don't use the Air Force. So let's get these guys to do... What we want here is... I guess close air support. I don't particularly want to destroy their infrastructure, because I'm going to need to rebuild it afterwards. Then these guys... and it's just not necessary. So I'll use these guys as well for close air support here. So we're just harassing the troops. And then 96 outdated Gloucester Gladiators can be on air superiority. So that's all ready to go. Have I got... I just want to make sure that... Let's actually use some of this command power we have and give this guy fast planner. Max planning 10 or fast... I think I'd rather fast planner. I don't like to use the battle planner a lot. I'd rather get the bonus faster than get a higher bonus, because I like to do things last minute. So we could also do one of these. These are actually probably quite good, but let's give him fast planner. How much experience do I need to get more? I guess just more experience. I never quite understood how the experience gain thing works there, but it's a thing. Maybe we can give you a battle plan. Do they get the planning bonus if you don't execute the plan? I guess they don't. No, I gotta manually control this guy. I don't see... I don't have enough. How long are those armor divisions going to be? Too long. They're going to be too long. We could deploy them immediately. Click to deploy this line instantly. Yeah, let's do it. Let's deploy those 2 guys instantly. They'll be super green tank. They're not trained properly, basically. We're sending them untrained to Iraq. But what better way to learn, right? What better way to learn than to invade Iraq?
Jesus Christ.
And that way we can give these guys a battle plan, and hopefully they'll actually execute it, and that will...
I can't imagine what it's like fucking living in a goddamn tank in the fucking Middle East. It's got to be a little hot.
Yeah, I should think so. No, I want a spearhead. I don't want a... Get rid of that. No, I want a spearhead, and I want you to just take this... I just want these guys to take that rail line. And then this army here can form up... I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of the battle plan here, but like this army here can sort of... Wait, not the front line. They've already got a front line. You need a offensive line. I always get those 2 mixed up. Yeah, this army here can just kind of move in that way. So they'll move in that way, they'll move in that way, and then the armor's going to try and get across this river and just drive to Baghdad. Something like that. Okay. It really doesn't matter. I'm just fucking around. Gia55, welcome to the stream. I don't know if you were there before, but I must have missed you if you were. Okay, active sonar is done. I don't need anything else. Oh, I need this, and I want this. What do I want first? Let's get the better torpedo launcher. Put that on whatever destroyers. Our next destroyer design, I'm going to wait till all this technology is done and then redesign the destroyer at once, because we don't have that much naval experience and don't particularly want to drill Geez, if I were Iraq and I saw like a British naval squadron and like a buildup of forces, I would probably just go to the, you know, I would basically just kind of ask for diplomatic solution. I feel like we got some gunboat diplomacy going on here. All right, give me this one. Okay.
Yeah, I know. Sitting on the borders in a foreign country.
Yeah.
Kind of.
All right,
kind
there
of
we go.
suspicious, eh? There you go.
Okay, that's the focus we needed to complete, which now gives us a war goal to declare war on Iraq. This is one of the earliest wars you can do as the UK if you're democratic. It's the problem. There's other wars you can do, like you can preemptively invade Belgium or the Netherlands or other countries, basically, which to be honest, they were considering doing. It was discussed. Like basically, can we force this country to accept our troops' presence to prevent Germany to have a better, to have a better defensive line against Germany? They did. They tried, they thought about doing all of those things and were basically too late and never did them. But, so not totally implausible, but this is the only one you can do without pissing off the Americans. The Americans don't care if you take Iraq, they care if you, like, occupy Belgium. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, and we will be back shortly afterwards. So hang tight. Okay, I'm back. Right.
Okay.
So, I just want to. I'm gonna get rid of the "I'll be back" screen, which, oh, sorry, it pans the screen when I go to my other monitor. Just flip back over to Iraq, the center of our attention. Two things have details. Don't unpause the game. I'm gonna put it down to speed 1 because we're gonna declare war. I just don't want anything to happen suddenly. So we're going to select our next focus here. There's a few things we can do here. We can take this one, which actually allows... This is a good one. It gives us two 50% land doctrines, which would be super useful. And that leads to continental intervention. So this is the path to a faster war with Germany, basically. One of the paths to a faster war with Germany. But we're not gonna preemptively. I feel like we are gonna intervene faster, but we're not gonna intervene by like launching ourselves head on into war with Germany. We're gonna intervene by securing our oil imports from Iraq and Iran, if possible. We may not be able to do Iran before the war gets heated up with Italy and stuff, so we may have to hold off and do that once we've shored up our defenses against Japan, or sorry, against Italy. We can do general rearmament, which would be very good because we want to get down to this aircraft production group, which decreases the fighter production by 10%, which is in the long run really, really good. These are, I think, the two best production-based ones for Britain are BSA Company and Aircraft Production Group. So we will do that eventually. But for now, I actually want to get down to this research bonus here because I just haven't had enough points to put it in yet. So we want to go through. The battle planner is useful for just keeping infantry in place so they can hold the line. I agree. Yeah. We're going to be using infantry offensively here because we don't really have a choice. We just don't have enough armor. But we're going to go reinforce the empire, which is going to give us stability. We've kind of shaken up our stability by essentially by forcing people into war faster. So we'll go to that. We'll go to service overseas and encourage the colonial elite. That's going to give us options to also fortify the Mediterranean. We get some free forts in Alexandria and stuff. And then also Malta, Suez. These are all useful, I find. You can actually force a war with Italy faster down this route too, but I don't want to do that. We're just going to reinforce the empire, and then we're going to really need to get into some of that production stuff. I don't know. We're going to do a slow kind of grand battle plan, you know, against whether we use that doctrine or not, against Germany. We're going to slowly kind of take away all of the resources they need to create their European empire. We'll let them have France, but you know, we'll just surround them in the seas and in the air, you know, on the beaches and all that shit. Okay, so at this point we can actually, maybe we can grab a Navy commander here. We don't have great choices for the Navy, I find, as the UK for Chief of Navy. Andrew Cunningham would give us... Arthur Percival lost, but he wasn't that bad. He doesn't deserve skill level 2. What did Arthur Percival do again, actually, by Eric? I'd be very curious. I can't remember which one that was. The guy, the worst British general was the one who fucked up in Cyprus. That was one of the biggest British blunders of the war. He had full intelligence telling him that the Germans were going to do an extremely risky airborne invasion, and he disregarded them. And then they landed on all the most important sites. He knew like a day in advance exactly where they were gonna land, and didn't disperse his forces because he was convinced they were gonna do an amphibious invasion, which was insane. So, anyway, we can get I think this guy's the best choice. Naval speed plus 10%. We could also get the air attacks from carriers, which these are good. These are good bonuses, but I feel like the speed applies to everything across the board, whereas, you know, we're only going to have something like 7 aircraft carriers or 8 aircraft carriers against Japan. So I would rather all of our Navy be faster than a handful of our task groups have better air attack. Maybe that's wrong, but let's put Chatfield in charge. Also like Cunningham better, but as, you know, historically, but whatever, we'll put Chatfield in charge. Okay, we have an available war goal, so this also gives us war goals on The Netherlands, if we want to take their oil from them, I think there's special conditions for that, though. I don't think we can declare war on a democracy. Okay, so let's declare war on... We are going to puppet Iraq. We're going to create a puppet government in Iraq. We're going to call our allies in. Is there any disadvantage to clicking that? I don't think so. What's that going to do? It's going to create 1% world tension. Well... Okay, the British-Iraqi War. So we called in Malaya, the Raj, South Africa, New Zealand, Canada. Come help us invade Iraq. Australia, and we declared war in Iraq. Let's also call France in. Oh, they've already been called in. Okay, we're waiting for a response. Right. Okay, so let's activate these battle plans here. I don't know. We'll activate the battle plans, and then invariably I will just... Wait, it's these ones here. Yeah, I'm not going to use the battle plan there because... We'll activate the infantry battle plans, and I will just manually do... I'm going to manually attack their port here in Basra. You know what? I forgot. Fuck. I was going to take...
What about your aircraft?
I was going to take a submarine group and just do convoy raiding in the Persian Gulf. But, you know, that might be a waste of fuel, frankly, because we're probably going to take this port super fast. But we might lose it or something, so it's not a bad idea. Neil Ritchie, can you just attack Basra? See if we can take their port from them, and that also gives us this rail line. Let's go to speed 3. Yeah, looks like it's going to work. They're attacking frontally through there. Once France joins... Okay, France wants to join the war. Yes, thank you, France. Now we can attack across the whole front. This is going to go super fast. Why are they not? Oh, okay, interesting. Can we actually...
Interesting how this works.
Yeah, well, you can see a lot of things happen automatically while we just... But I will manually... You can sort of manually override the battle plans, which is what I usually do. Yeah, the conferences are really quite broken, but because we have a puppet war goal, we just get our choice. Okay, so because we're at war now, Malaysia has given us an expeditionary force of what does this infantry brigade look like? Probably pretty garbage, huh? Yeah, it's really garbage. Okay, well, we're gonna just attach it to our Malaya command here. So we might as well use them as a port garrison or something. What do we got here? We have insufficient resources. We need more aluminum. Malaya, do you have any more? Give me all the aluminum. Okay, give me all your aluminum. Take aluminum from the colonies. That way we don't need to rely on the Americans quite so much. It's more expensive to trade with the Americans. If we keep the empire more intact, then... Alright, this is going well. The armor... I think I'm going to try and get the armor... Actually, take the whole army here. Come on. Just take the armor and just see... Look, that looks unguarded, so let's just sweep around the back here. What's the supply situation like? Oof, yeah, it's already getting bad. We really need to get this rail line. Okay, we've got the supply depot. We've got the rail line. Let's... I don't think we can motorize that now. It takes a few days for us to... when you conquer enemy rail, you have to adjust the gauge. Are these hills? No, it's plains. Okay. So Baghdad is actually across another river. Now, I don't want to cross this river here because I don't... Oh, maybe. Let's take that province with the armored... Where are these guys? Oh, they're still on their way. God, they haven't even landed yet. Let's just take that province. Hopefully the infantry will be able to... And yeah, maybe we can... this is a bit risky because we could get cut off here, but they don't have any division there, so maybe we can just drive straight into Baghdad. Oh, no, they've got someone there. Okay. All right, they're moving up there. There's an airfield there. What's my Air Force doing? Oh, we could use air supply. I haven't tried air supply yet. Oh, I've got too many close air support guys here. I don't want to. These are elite units, so I don't want to put them into reserve. But we've overstacked that airbase. Let's put these guys over here, maybe. Overstack a little bit less. And they'll still be able to attack, I think. Yeah. Do they still have an order? Yeah, they do. Okay. I think so. Okay. All right. What's going on here? What's the... Richie, I need you to... You only got the one brigade. I didn't wait until the other one arrived. But can I get across the river here? Oh yeah, they moved their infantry, so we can cut this guy off. Oh, YouTube's having an issue? Oh shit. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, so we are right up next to... We encircled a division there. This is going to be a very, very quick invasion. So we can see here that the French troops up here are out of supply. That's why I didn't really want to attack there. We're also out of supply there. What's the supply situation? We could start building that rail line right now. What do we want to do? We want to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to Baghdad? Or 1, 2, 3, 4, same distance. Okay. Give me the construction view here. Oh, I have free factories. Fuck! I'm wasting factories. Okay. That's more than enough for that. Let's, I don't want to build armor. What could I use here? We can keep upgrading some, infantry equipment. We'll send out the better rifles. And... railways. Let's just keep building our railway to, Baghdad. Does it matter? Maybe we'll build it back here so it's not quite so much on the front line. I don't know. Whatever. All right, that's perfect. Put that up top for now. Okay, and then we're good. Okay, I don't care about that. We don't want to declare war on Iran quite yet. Where are you going? Okay, the armor, finally the rest of the armor has arrived. Can we use these two divisions to squeeze in this way? Oh, we've got another pocket here. Oh, this is so confusing. Oh, because this is French territory because we attacked through France. That's why it's fucking confusing. No, you attack there. Thank you. Can you just roll right into Baghdad? Can we just do that? No. No. Cancel that attack. Logistic companies. Amazing. We have 37 army experience. That's really good. I'm gonna want maintenance companies for our armored divisions, but that's not really a big priority right now. I want amphibious tanks. That'll be cool. Better artillery, but not quite yet. We're getting a Commonwealth research bonus because Canada has better small arms than we do. So thank you, Canada. We'll take that research bonus. It's probably what I'm going to do. Should probably get Marines going too soon. Let's do Marines first so I don't forget. Are we missing anything naval technology-wise? Nope. Got everything I want. Could also rush better radar. We could also... I think we'll go for... We're going to go for the Marines, though. Just because otherwise I'm going to forget, and then when I'm going to want to build them, I'm going to be like, oh shit, I don't have the technology for Marines. We'll do radar soon. Soon enough. Okay. I wonder what our war... Yeah, 82% war participation. Okay, and that's because we're bombing the shit out of them and stuff. I'm just kind of curious, actually, what the effects of air superiority... And it's giving us bonuses. I don't know where to see all the bonuses in this. Where do we see the modifiers? I'm always curious to see them. Air support, plus 25%. Yeah, that's really cool. Okay. It won't be long until we're in. Definitely going to have some supply issues. but there's no way around that. Where are the victory points? There's actually 3 up here, so we're probably going to need to go quite far. Attack Baghdad. There we go. Take the capital. They, you know, they're probably running out of supplies too, because we've cut off. I guess they've still got their rail line, but as soon as we take Baghdad, that's where their supplies are coming from. So, gotta get across this river too. Okay, what's going on here? Germany is justifying a war goal, probably against Czechoslovakia. We can do air doctrines. Do we want to do air doctrines? Probably. Let's grab air superiority. We're gonna use there's 3 doctrine branches for air. Dad, this might interest you. There's basically strategic destruction, battlefield support, and operational integrity. Which are a little bit convoluted, but this is the allied one, so it gives you a... This one is all about gaining air superiority and then bombing the shit out of your enemies, which is sort of what we're gonna do. This is a close air support, so this is kind of the German one. It's basically about, you know, the Stuka type warfare, and it's not as good, I don't think. And then it gradually leads to some of the same benefits here. And then, I don't know, operational integrity. I'm not sure what this is inspired from. Interesting. Operational destruction. I think it's maybe kind of Japanese inspired.
Mosquito on the Focus and Typhoon type bombing? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the idea is behind this one. Low echelon support. Tactical bombers are flexible and can perform ground support and regular bombing. Interesting. So this one is all focused on tactical bombers. I'd never use this one. I don't know. I just use this one. Let's do this one. Of course, a lot of this is strategic bombing. We will maybe eventually get strategic bombers. That may be a long-term goal.
Yeah, but why would you go there if you're not necessarily really into the strategic bombing? Why don't you pick up something else? Like the close support.
Well, this one has a lot of good ones for fighters too. Close air support. What do we get here? Formation flying, fighter detection. What do we get here? Air support missions, ground support. Here's the thing. Once we're at war with Germany and Italy, we're not going to be in a position to do a lot of close air support, right? We're using it right now because we're kind of in an area where we can isn't there an airbase here? Oh, we can rebase these guys, so that forward airbase. It's actually a better airbase too. We're not going to be in a position, like, we're going to want to be able to passively bomb Germany and stuff and hit their infrastructure and stuff. Like, we can destroy their fuel production, you know, even if we're unable to attack them on land. Is this attack going to fail? It might fail. No, it's looking pretty good. If not, we'll attack them from across the river as well. We'll attack them on 2 sides. Yep. Okay, now these guys, I want you to attack Baghdad. Everybody attack Baghdad at once, and the capital will fall. Those French tank divisions are helpful. Okay, now we need to swing around, take the armor here. Just this one, and some kind of sound glitch going on. Oh, I guess it's just ambient sound. Kind of like the ambient sound in this game. So yeah, we're just going to swing around and grab these victory points. They've moved their capital to Mosul, but yeah. Okay. That's the depth charge thrower, which we needed. So we've got all the naval technologies we need. It's probably time to design a better destroyer. Do I have anything? Oh, I'm just waiting on this. Just waiting on the better torpedoes. I think it's worth waiting. We'll get an anti-tank gun eventually. We are going to need some kind of anti-tank capacity in the long run. Probably, let's grab this. We'll do radar soon. It's still ahead of time. I could use air supply, but I'm not gonna. It's gonna take too long to set up, and this war is almost done. We'll use air supply against Iran. Okay, once we take this city, that should be it. Or this air bill here. Once we take that, they should surrender. We'll see. Just in case, let's move forward. There we go. There we go! Whoa, that ambient sound is really loud. Okay, I want to... Okay. Oh, whoa, what? Okay, sorry. British demands, I want a puppet. I want a puppet Iraq. There's no other demands we can make. Oh, we could turn Kurdistan into a separate state. We could also change their government. Do we have enough points to do that? I think so. Yeah, we've got 98 points. The French have 27. Australia has 10. I guess that's... You get 10 just for showing up, I guess, or something. Okay. We could also take a bunch of states, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna observe the...
Why do you want to change the government? What's the objective here?
Just put a democracy in power.
Well, okay.
Maybe they're already democracy. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm gonna just do it. Let's do this. This is with the peace treaty thing. The Treaty of Mosul. Okay. End turn. Okay, and then done. Okay, we puppeted them. Does that mean they changed their government? I'm not sure how it works. Whatever. I never quite understood how the peace treaty thing works. Now, what can we do about Iran? We don't have any capacity to do like a marine invasion. But it should be pretty easy. I almost wish we did have spies in Iran. So looking at the terrain, we've got desert here. So we can roll in with our tanks and take these desert areas, but there's not really much of value there except for that port. And then, is there a rail line? I guess now is the time to build...
Yeah, get your railroad sorted out.
Railroad to Baghdad, that's it. Okay, let's do that. We've got free civilian factories, perfect. All right, let's grab railroad, and we're gonna go from here to there. That's not gonna take too long to build. There's also river supply too, which is really cool. You can supply along rivers. So you can see like this here is like a shortcut or whatever. And then we don't need to build the railways any further. We're just going to use truck supply, and then eventually, wait a second. I guess we could build also a rail line from here to here. Does that work? Does that connect those two? Ah, there we go. Sweet. Yeah, let's do that too. There we go. So we're connecting up these two supply hubs by rail. I don't know if that's even worth doing, but I'm going to do it anyway. Mm-hmm. And what do we got here? Nation... No, I'm not going to create a path for them to be... What does this do? It costs us, and it gives us stability. It gives them stability and keeps them democratic. I'm not going to do that. Promises of peace. No. Okay, all right. Doctrines available. Oh, I never picked the doctrine. I'm going to go with the strategic destruction. I think it's because you can't switch these. They're mutually exclusive. So I think it's better. I think in the long run, it's a safer bet because we may end up in a situation where we can't hurt Germany much except by bombing them, and this is going to help us do that. So I think this is the... I think that's the best route. Either way, what's going on here? Oh, these armies have no orders because they've just conquered Iraq. Okay. So, I think the only way we're going to be able to invade Iran is over land. There is a rail line here. Let's open the supply map mode. I do. This is my favorite part of the new DLC because it really does add a whole tactical level to the warfare. So I think the way to do this is to just attack along this rail line all the way to Tehran because there are areas that we need to conquer up here. Like there are victory points up here, but I think if we take over the entire rail line, we'll be in a much better position to do that. I wonder. Yeah, we could eventually create a rail link to the Soviet Union. I don't know if that actually helps though. It'd be kind of cool if if rail links helped with like we could create a rail line that goes to what's that city? Baku. It'd be kind of cool if you got like better lend-lease and trade and stuff. If you built a rail line. But yeah, we'll have a rail line basically continuously Too bad it's not going to go to India. That would be cool. Actually have pretty good rail infrastructure in India. I mean, not bad anyway. Right. Okay. Well, let's think about how we want to do this war with So we've got Bill Slim here. who we can assign a new trait to if we want to. What can we assign to you? Guerrilla fighter? What are the prerequisites for this? Movement bonus on land. At least one terrain trait. Does anybody have any terrain skill gained? Not really. They didn't fight enough. Just kind of curious. I'm still understanding how some of this works. Dempsey is still working on his... He is the infantry officer. That's probably the best one to use. Where's the... That leads to infantry leader. Yeah, we're already at 139 out of 1,000. Okay, let's put Dempsey in charge of the entire infantry force. And we're just going to use the armor as a spearhead, kind of like we did last time. So we'll merge these two armies. 10 divisions. That's got to be enough to invade. It's got to be enough to invade Iran. I'm a little bit more worried about the armor situation. Okay, these guys are not ready yet. We can't deploy that guy instantly. Let's get another one going to... I'm going to turn these tank brigades into tank divisions eventually. But not yet. I think we can still use them as tank brigades against Italy. The reason being, we don't need superior armor because we can win the war, like, logistically. I don't know if we sunk any convoys. I don't think they had any. Or we took their port so quickly that they weren't able to send any convoys out. But we definitely should keep those submarines on convoy rating, because if Iran is trading by sea to any other country, we'll completely strangle them. Also, the advantage of declaring war against Iran, we should do this right away, is that I forgot, of course, that the Raj and France here both have front lines there. It's almost tempting. Where's the Mountain Corps? Maybe we put the Mountain Corps on this border. Where are the victory points? There's a victory point there. Yeah, maybe we can just push through with our Mountain Corps. Let's put them... Yes, that's fine. Let's put them on that border. So they're just gonna, like, push through that way. And I want them to attempt to take this port here. That's gonna give them supply. Otherwise... Could be possible for us to build a rail line from through India as well. That could be super cool. Defensive line. Can we go like this? Oh, that's weird. Why does it do it that way? No, I used the wrong one. That's why I wanted to do a spearhead. But maybe a spearhead's not the right move here. Maybe we use defensive line. Something like this. Yeah, we're just going to have them push forward like that. And they will have the support of these Indian divisions as well.
That's right, you can go both sides, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. I kind of forgot that we could do that. And then this army here. Why does it say it doesn't have an order? It does have an order. 4 divisions, Army 2. What? I don't understand. Oh, Army 2. Why does it say it doesn't have an order? It does have an order. Okay, I'm just going to double check here. I get very confused with this front planner. Yeah. Okay. And then you, the very small armored core that we have here, let's just give it a very short front line right here. The armored core is going to just take this whole valley here. I'm going to wait until they're in position. Wait until the Mountain Corps is in position. And then I'll declare war. I'm kind of, to be honest, I'm a little bit worried that world events are going to evolve and we're going to end up with our pants down in East Africa because of this war. But we'll see. Oh, and the Tank Corps spearhead to that port. That's all I want you to do. Is that spearhead? Yeah, okay. All right. And let's attach this Mountain Corps to the Army Group Iran. Change 1 letter. Okay. We need to apply some civilian factories. Did we build our rail lines? Oh, they're already built. Holy shit. That was fast. Look at that. Beautiful rail network. Everyone's in supply. We don't even need to motorize. Did we? We didn't even need to use trucks. We're still supplying by horse. Rail and horse. But we could actually use the trucks if we need to. Probably military factories. Oh, they're maxed out here. Okay, let's get... Oh, no, there we go. Let's build some military factories there. How many do we have in total? I find more than... We probably don't need much more than... I don't know, 60 or 70 factories to, you know, at the start of the war with Germany. We don't need to outproduce them in everything, just in certain key areas. Okay, let's go infrastructure now. Continue to increase the infrastructure in England. I think we'll actually go for this guy. Oh, that's 3. Is that worth it? 6 and 9. It's a lot of production to get that much. That's 5. Yeah, I think it's worth it. Let's do it. Let's get some develop our Scottish Highlands there. Also help it, it's not that weird. It's just we're just imagine building a better road network up there. That way if we need to put our navy in Scapa Flow, we can also you know, have a better road network up there. I think it's not the end of the world. Okay. Let's do this. I think with the help of our allies, we can easily accomplish this invasion. Just want to wait until that mountain core is... I kind of want to wait till they're there, and I kind of want to just declare war right away, because I just don't want World War II to break out while... No, they're almost there. Our attaches will be sent out wherever we please. Okay, and let's go... It could be nice to have spies in Iran. Where are our spies, actually? Did we have one in Iraq? Oh, yeah. This guy was in Iraq, the Italian. Okay, well, he's going to move to Iran now. Build an intel network in Tehran. By the time we actually get to Tehran, it'll help. Or something. Hope that guy survives. I like having an Italian spy and German spies. Okay. The mountain core is on its way. It's almost there. How is the supply situation looking? The submarine hull is finished. Okay, we better design some ships at this point. It's time to get those out-of-date ship hulls out of our production lines. I'm still waiting on torpedoes. Oh, still 58 days. Okay, we'll wait 58 days and then we'll switch over. Okay, let's grab this so we can get Sten guns.
What a waste of metal those are.
Probably, yeah. But it's, you know, in this game, it's just, the names are just there for flavor. It doesn't actually represent a Sten gun. I'm not going to design the submarine hull until, we'll wait on that. We will design submarines, and we're going to do a whole fucking naval redesign very, very soon. Just want to see what we're building. The town class cruisers are not done yet. Should probably put more shipyards into... we don't need them that badly. We can have them later. They're very beefy. The town classes are actually a pretty beefy light cruiser. Okay, what's the supply situation? We don't need to build a rail line. We can just... What if I increase the supply hub here to... Let's just double motorize... Wait, how far does that go? Holy fuck. No, we need to go quite that far. That will mitigate the supply problems. We're taking it by rail there, and then we've got trucks set up at this hub that are presumably distributing across the front line. We'll go to double motorized, why not? Okay. And that increases the supply range of the rail hub. Let's declare war on Iran. Puppet. Call allies. I don't think this is an Iron Man game. I kind of wish it was an Iron Man game, but I don't like to stream Iron Man games in case shit gets really awful. Or like the game crashes or some stupid shit. Oh, fuck. You know what I didn't do is put my air... I forgot to place my air units, but it doesn't take very long. It'll only take like a few hours to get them in place. We can probably bomb them from... We'll just take all these guys. There's a big airfield outside of Baghdad here. And we'll just take everyone there. And yeah, God, why? I wish that those were not... It'd be really nice to have some hurricanes down here, just for the range, not because we are expecting any resistance. Everybody's where they need to be. Where did I have more tactical bombers here? No, just using a very small air force. That's fine. You guys can go here and provide close air support and air superiority. France, please join the war. It will be very helpful. Oh, actually, looking kind of rough over here, but we'll see. Let's activate our war plans. Army Group Iran. Once again, they're wimping out. Let's make a front for this army here. So actually, wait.
Who's wimping out?
Oh, it's just because I've got very, very small armies with very few units in them, and the AI doesn't think it can do it. So I don't care. I'm just going to draw an offensive line like... we got to get to Tehran. Let's make an offensive line that goes something like that.
We're going to follow the railroad, remember?
Well, let's try and take the whole railroad, yeah. So let's just make an offensive line that's something like...
But where's the railroad? It goes
There's
up
the rail
from
line,
there.
yeah, exactly. So we're going to do something like that.
I thought you were going to actually fight up the railroad.
Well, we will with the armor. The armor's down here.
No.
So where's the armor? This guy here. Let's attack like that. Take their port. We may even... Ooh. Are these guys, like, way stronger than the Iraqis, or what? Can we actually just attack in this province, maybe? There we go. That'll do it. We'll cut off this port from its rail line. Surround these guys. Oh, they have to actually activate that order. Do it. Interesting. These guys too. This might be a harder war than I thought it would be. We may need to divert troops from other theaters. Or maybe not. They might just... sometimes it looks worse than it is. There's our improved airplane catapult. That's for cruisers. So we have... No, I still want the torpedo. Well, actually, we could take the torpedoes off the cruisers. That would make them cheaper to build. I don't think we need torpedoes on our cruisers. So we really just want to design a better scout cruiser, actually. I don't need anything else in this naval menu here. We've got that. Actually, radar would be nice for the cruise.
I thought the torpedoes would be necessary for your new destroyer.
Yeah, that's what they're really necessary for. But the reason why, I mean, those are the new torpedo tubes. We previously researched the new torpedoes, and the new torpedoes can go into the old tubes in this game anyway. Or it can be retrofit in some way. Let's grab the better radar, because that's going to go on our cruisers too. I don't want to design a new cruiser until we can put radar on it, actually. I don't think it's worth it. No, I don't care about that. And let's see what we can do here. You know what we can do, actually? Let's take this... Oh, no, let's leave it there. Capture that supply hub. British-Russian Protected Twin, welcome back to the stream. Okay, so the Armored Corps has managed to take their ports, so we're probably wasting fuel with the Navy at this point, but that's okay. Let's grab Neil Ritchie's Armored Corps here and just start rolling up this rail line. I'm just going to put a big line like that. And wait, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Just start rolling up this rail line, and hopefully that way, as we advance, we won't have supply issues. What's going on here? Where it looks like I'd really like... I could ask the Indians to add their troops directly to my army. That might be a good idea.
Oh, probably would be a great day.
Request expeditionaries in this mountain corps here. Yeah, let's, can you, British Raj, can you give me 5 divisions for this mountain army here? That way we're not, yeah. I don't know, does it add the ones that are close to me? Or is it stupid? Oh yeah, okay, that's pretty good. So we've now got 10 divisions all in one unified army. So that should help. Where are you going? What's the supply situation like on this side? Not that bad, actually. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Increasing that to... What? Welcome back. I really forgot you. I think you were there, last night, no? I remember that. That's a fairly memorable, handle you have. Okay, this is going pretty well, I'd say. I gotta pay attention to this armored core here. I need you guys... Can you guys actually attack counterattack there so that my armor can keep moving. Yeah, we're just going to roll into Tehran. I think this is going to happen very, very quickly. Yeah, we've broken through their lines. They have basically nothing else to throw at us. Look at that. Look at this big spearhead here. Are you guys running out of fuel yet? No, because you're moving along the rail line. So that's awesome. Look at that. Boom.
Yeah,
that was
we planned
wild.
that proper.
What's that?
We planned that. I said, that, you know, following the rail line was truly the plan.
It's interesting. You know what's interesting here is that it looks like Iran was defended against us here, but not on this side. Perhaps our invasion of Iraq was so unexpected to them. You know what I can do though is I can grab this cruiser squadron and throw it over here, and that way. Okay, wait a second here. We finished another town class cruiser, so we have some more space to be building ships. I don't want to redesign the Leander yet. Let's speed up these. Let's speed up that second town class one there. We'll get one of them a little bit earlier. I am going to puppet Iran. That's what I'm doing. Yep, that's what I'm doing right now. It's August of 38. I really want to get this done before, because I need to redeploy these troops. I'm basically completely undermanned here in Italy, on the Ethiopian border. So, what am I recruiting? Oh yeah, more tank brigades. Cool. All right, have I got anything I need to deal with up here? War propaganda against Iran? I don't think that's going to be necessary. Okay. Our stability is, Jesus, 33%. That's bad. Factory output minus 16.7. That's not good.
So how did you get there?
Well, because the British public is not happy with us being at war right now, but we're getting 10% stability from Reinforce the Empire.
They're gonna throw Winston out early.
No, they're just gonna be lazy assholes in our factories. They don't see the necessity. They don't see the big picture. That's the problem with the British public right now. They just don't see the big picture. Okay, where are the victory points? Let's end this. You take that. Thank you. 1, 2, 3 victory points there. How close are they to surrendering? Oops. No. You go there. Okay. I need that victory point too. So go there instead. Can you actually take that victory point? There's a lot. They're not going to surrender right away, which is a little bit unrealistic, but I guess it's decent balance. Where do I see how close they are to surrendering? Oh, in the war view. 49%. Yeah, we need when it has 20% or less. Okay, so we need to get to this stuff over here maybe. I guess there's not much here. I kind of regret putting
that would be a brutal place to fight. I mean,
It may have been better to send. I mean, these are mountains too, right? But it may have been better to send.
That's a fucking desert that just about killed Alexander the Great, right?
Yeah. Yep. Okay. General rearmament would be good. I also want to do air defense and radar, but I want to get down to service overseas and encourage colonial elite. I really want to do that. So let's do that. There we go. Please free India. It's my nation. I have kind of already decided that I'm not going to do that, but let me put you this way: I'm not going to annex them or anything. I'll turn the British Raj into a valuable part of the Allied war effort. I will encourage them to become one. But yeah, no, it would be kind of interesting to decolonize this Britain. I've never done that before. Please see your last chat. I think there might be a delay on the. Oh, I remember you now. Okay, there's a bit of a delay on the stream, so I'm a little bit behind on your comments sometimes. Or sorry, you. Anyway, I'm out of sync with your comments. Let's put it that way. Okay, I need you guys to get to that port. They're doing it. Looks like they're breaking through the lines. I'm curious how bad these modifiers are. I'm trying to understand some of the new combat system. Terrain attack minus 15, breakthrough minus 15. That's not so bad. Where do I see? Are there any more modifiers I can see? Oh, not really. Intel advantage. Interesting. Enemy air superiority. Where do I see the air superiority modifier? Intel advantage, planning bonus.
Iran's got air superiority.
No, I do. Sorry, they have a malice. It's red on their side. Okay. I just don't know where I see all the modifiers here. I've never been good at this part of this game. Terrain minus 15%, commander skill. Maybe upgrade India to Dominion. Yeah, I can do that. Yes, that is an option. You can make I can make the Imperial Federation. That's one of the things you can do in this game. Is you rather than decolonize the Empire, you can basically, you know, make the Empire a federation of nominally independent states, sort of like a Commonwealth, but with more teeth. Which, if there is an end game plan, that's the one that appeals the most to me. Okay, wait, we're a little bit overextended here. That's not so bad. Let's just upgrade the supply network there, just so that we reach our troops a little bit better. Oh, this rail line continues. It keeps going. Oh shit, no way. So we could go all the way to that airbase there. Okay, give me these guys here. Do it. No, stop what you're doing. Don't do that. Follow the rail line. Just roll. Take the train. Take the train to, what is that? Oh yeah, look at that. Look how fast they're going. This is why I like these, like, tiny little armored brigades for this kind of thing. We don't need anything better. This is why I'm not too worried about getting that tank designed, although, you know what, I really should. Do I have everything I need for the tank design? Let's do it now. Let's, just before I forget, we are way out of date on our tanks, and we need to get building. So, light tank, improve, what? Oh yeah, create variant. So this is the improved light tank chassis. This is very similar to the Naval designer. I do like what they've done here overall. This will be the Matilda, but we're gonna make a better Matilda than it was historically, I think. So I want the improved small cannon. I could also go with, like, I could put a lighter weapon on it if I wanted to, like the heavy machine gun or something like that, but that would... could make a fast tank with a very lightly armed fast tank if I wanted to, but it only gives me 0.3 kilometers per hour faster, so no, we'll go with improved small cannon. Now, what are the trade-offs here? Oh, the turret just gives you more breakthrough at the expense of speed, but it's a very slight speed. Oh, and this one's more reliable. Could be interesting. But we lose all the breakthrough there. I don't quite understand how breakthrough works in this game. I'm more used to the Hearts of Iron 3 system, but I think it's good. I heard it's good.
What is breakthrough?
Wait, does it tell us here? How many enemy attacks a unit can attempt to avoid while on the offensive, effectively allowing it to stay on the offense longer? Yeah, it's a good stat. Kavini414, welcome to the stream. Okay, 3-man turrets. We're going to give them a radio. Our current tank model does not even have a fucking radio, so we're going to give them an improved radio. You can see here, defense plus 45%, breakthrough plus 45%. And that's a percentage modifier, so I'm glad I went with the breakthrough one that gives a flat bonus, because that's gonna be substantial. Now, we can add all these special modules on here. Let's go with sloped armor. It's going to increase the production cost by 10%, but the armor by 20%. And let's go with... wet ammunition storage. I'm also going to add another thing in this slot, so I'm not going to use it for now, but we could also add something like an additional machine gun. We could also add a secondary turret, a small cannon. These are just going to slow the tank down without, in my opinion, providing much of use. They're not percentage bonuses. They're, you know, it'd be kind of interesting to have a second heavy machine gun on the tank or something, but I'm not going to bother. What I want is... there's one that makes them more reliable here that I think I'm going to do, but we haven't unlocked that one yet. So the Matilda Mark II will be better. Make India demotic? I think, do you mean democratic? I would like to actually play as the British Raj at some point. I've never done that before, and I think it'd be super interesting. So I'm going to just increase the engine speed. What I'm trying to do... I want to keep reliability above 80% or at around 80%. And then I'm gonna try and get a tank that can go about 10 kilometers per hour. So I'm gonna have to reduce it here, and still keep about 80% reliability. So what if we do? Oh shit! I forgot. We need tracked suspension. Right now we're using non-tracked suspension, which is basically like a truck suspension. We're gonna go with the Christie suspension, which is, we could go also with, what do these do actually? Reliability minus 10%, extra breakthrough from the interleaved road wheels. The torsion bar gives us 10% reliability. I wonder what's better. Yeah, 20% speed is going to be better. Go with the Christie suspension. We need welded armor. There's 3 choices here. Cast armor is super expensive to make, but is the best armor available. Riveted armor is much cheaper to make, but is the worst armor. Welded armor is kind of balanced. It's, you see here, plus 20% production cost for only 10% more armor than the welded armor. So we're going to go with welded. That's kind of a no-brainer choice. I'm pretty sure everyone is designing welded armor tanks these days. And we're going to keep... We have a choice between diesel engine, which is faster. No, more reliable. And the gasoline engine, which is faster. I'm going to go with the faster engine, I think.
No, go with the reliability, I think.
You think the reliability? We'll we'll compare them. I'm looking at this from a purely stats point of view, but if I do that, I'm back up to 100% reliability, so I can put more points. Oh, no, I don't have enough. I don't have good enough engines to take advantage of that extra reliability. I'm only at 9.7 kilometers per hour, so I think we're gonna have to go with a gas engine. But we'll just reduce this till we get back up to. There we go. Now we can increase the armor a bit.
So we're building a Ronson, okay.
Something like that. I'm increasing the armor.
One ugly tank.
Well, that's just the stupid model design.
Well, it's the era. It's the era.
Yeah, it's the era. Okay, I need to reduce the engine a bit because we need to get reliability up there. That's looking pretty good. Wait a second. Just trying to see. I want 10 kilometers an hour. That's my kind of yardstick goal here. There, 10.6, 80% reliability. It's not a super heavily armored tank. It has 50 piercing. Yeah, it's better. It's definitely. I mean, I'm a little bit more concerned with the speed than I am with the armor because I want to use these light tanks in this kind of in the same way that I've been using the. Look at the India tree. If there are 2 countries that can help them in the independence, and both countries are bad for you. Yeah. I'll look at the. I'll be curious to look at the Indian tree for sure. Okay, we'll call this the Matilda. Let's just mark 1, because we're going to make a better version of this later. Mostly just going to make it more reliable and increase its speed more. But that looks pretty good to me. 10 kilometers per hour, 80% reliability. It's much better than the previous one. 50 piercing, yeah, it's gonna be much better. Okay, let's get this old tank out of production. And get the Matilda Mark 1 in production. Love it. And then actually I'm going to take a look at our logistics here. What am I missing? I need a lot of tanks. I should actually start. I've got actually a huge stockpile of infantry equipment, so we can stop producing that for now. Let's just stop producing those rifles. And put all that production into... We can burn through some of our stockpile of rifles and then put all of that into tanks. Because we're only building like 1 tank a week right now. So let's try and get that number. There we go. We're almost building 1 tank a day now. And this efficiency will go up too. So, all right. What are our decisions here? Emergency factory conversion. I don't think we're quite in a war emergency right now. This is more of a sideshow of a war here. Interesting. Have we got any air bases? Have we captured any forward air bases? Not really. They only have the 1.
Well, there's Iran.
Germany and the Soviet Union can help India into independence. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Sort of makes sense, right? Sir, from what I understand, there were definitely. I mean, I know that the Japanese tried to get the Indians to resist the British. And were reasonably successful in some areas. But I think, now I may be misquoting this, but I remember, and tell me if, call Australia, are they not in the war? They're all in the war. They're all in the war. If I remember correctly, there's like a famous Gandhi quote where he was essentially trying to dissuade Indians from, you know, fighting with the Japanese against the British, and it's sort of like we need to create an independent India, but like not by destroying Britain. You know, I can't remember what the exact. I'm horrendously misquoting that, but it's kind of interesting. I'd be curious to know more about that. Why, you know, Gandhi sort of felt that way. Why are you not attacking? Thank you, Jesus. Just want. Actually, I guess we could have surrounded those guys. Okay. So the Munich conference is triggered. Now, this is an interesting choice. I am going to leave the Czechs to get eaten by Germany. I've played through this as Britain before, and basically this here, call Australia, please. I'm not sure what you mean. Basically, this is, in my opinion, like a win button. Czechoslovakia is actually, like, it's actually, the Sudeten forts are quite intense, and it takes Germany months to break through this line here, believe it or not. So if you fight Germany right now, you can completely strangle them, and they'll never be able to push into France. Basically, you can, you can basically completely fuck up Germany. And then it can also trigger, there's like a 1 in 2 chance that it triggers a civil war in Germany. Basically, I guess the German public's just not ready for war yet. So we're going to abandon the Czechs, but largely because, I lose political power for that. Shit, that sucks. Yeah, so we're going to leave them on their own. It makes Czechs hate us, but too bad. I'm mostly doing it because I've played it. Oh, we've split their whole army in half now. That's awesome. So that means their supply lines must be completely fucked. Okay, I need to give these armies more orders. We've got that. You guys, where are the other victory points? I just want to end this. Who's closer? Actually, I should be attacking that port. I don't know why I'm obstinately attacking those guys there. You go and grab that port. Hungary renounces the Treaty of Trianon, which... Oh yeah, so that was like the treaty. That was Hungary's Versailles Treaty, basically. It's not Trianon, it's Trianon, I think. Okay, let me grab this victory point here. How many more cities do we need to grab? Okay, well, you guys need to... Sorry, it's gonna suck pushing into the mountains here, but it's got to be done, right? So get across this river, go to Arabil. The question of Yugoslavia. We will send a special representative to pressure Yugoslavia to join the Allies. I don't have a battle plan at this point. I'm just manually ordering guys around. Oh, I need that. Pick that one. I just want them to surrender. How close are we to... Oh yeah, they're pretty close. 79% towards capitulation. We actually don't have that good intelligence on them. Where did our spy go? Oh, of course, he was in Tehran, but we've taken Tehran, so now let's put him in Italy now. There's nowhere left. There's no Iranian city that's substantial enough for a spy to get any information from. It's kind of interesting how that works, actually. If you have to put spies in like cities, which kind of makes sense, right? Because it's not like you're just gonna send them out into the wilderness. I mean, Lawrence of Arabia style. I think to get any meaningful information, all right, that's all the naval technologies we want. So it's going to be time to spend some time in the naval designer. I think I need to answer a text message actually in a second. I'm just going to, before I forget here, let's select a technology. We could get better armor. We're going to need to wait till 41 before we can get better engines. I'm not really worried about putting more armor on those tanks. What can we do here? Field hospitals will be good. We don't have unlimited manpower, so field hospitals will reduce our casualties. We can rush Bren carriers. We could get the... This is a really garbage tech, actually. This whole thing here is... This whole special forces branch here is not that great. Okay, anything in the Air Force that we might want to research? Might be worthwhile to research strategic bombers, because we're going to fall behind on this if we don't research them soon. We could also... No, I don't want to do that. Let's get the anti-tank. Let's get the anti-tank gun out of way. Yeah, we're gonna be able to research the Spitfire cheaper. Through the focus tree. So I'm gonna grab these 2-pounder anti-tank guns. Okay, and Yeah, we just need to build Matildas. So, more. All right, the military buildup is starting to really have an effect here. I think when we take this port, it'll be done. Can you guys just do that, please? Thank you. I want this one too. That'll do it. I think that'll... Did we take it? No. Take that port. I'm kind of surprised that we haven't sunk any convoys. I would assume that they had at least 1 or 2 convoys, but I have not seen. All right, there we go. That's another war over. Take units from Raj and run towards the capital. I did take 5 divisions from the Raj. I did already. I added them to my mountain corps. Okay. Okay, Iran has capitulated, giving us access to 50% of their stockpiled equipment. Well, that's cool. 14.5 kilos of fuel. That's not very much. Or 14.5 thousand fuel barrels, I guess. Okay, and then these crazy olds. Those look like a Czech rifle or something. And then towed artillery. Interesting. I don't know how good those rifles are, but the cool thing is that it keeps track of all your stockpiles in this. And you can, like, the thing is, maybe we don't want to use those rifles, but we could, like, send them to the Chinese to help in their fight against Japan or whatever. So, all right, let's puppet them and give them a democratic government. Maybe can we do that? Can we afford to do that? 176. Okay. We could also make a satellite in Azerbaijan or Kurdistan, or we could liberate those countries, but I don't think so. I think we'll just keep one Iran. I don't know if there's... I don't particularly want to take any states or anything like that. I think we'll just have them as a puppet. But does that leave... Is it possible that someone else could puppet now? Yeah. I think we'll just do this. I'm a little bit worried about... Oh, France only has 11 war score, so... See, you end your turn and then other countries get to make demands. So, I don't know. I'm not sure how... Yeah, I don't think anyone has done anything. Done. Yeah, okay. All right. The Republic of Iran was puppeted. Awesome. So this means that we now have, if we go to the trade screen here, I'll demonstrate why this is a good idea. You can see when we trade, it costs us, basically the way trade works in this game is you trade your industrial capacity for other people's resources. So because British Malaya is a puppet, we trade 1 civilian factory for 70 aluminum. Now, if I were to go to the United States, who are the world's biggest producer of aluminum, along with France, if we traded 1 civilian factory, we get 8 aluminum. And this is why having powerful puppets is having puppets with a lot of resources is a good idea. So for fuel, same thing, right? We could trade 1 civilian factory and get 8, but if we trade it with Iran, 1 will give us 80. So we get 10 times more fuel from 1 factory. From Iraq, we get 26. Kind of curious, what's the deal with France, actually? Do we get... Because that's the other thing, too. It's not a bad idea. If you're planning on defending France, it's not a bad idea to... Wait, it's not a bad idea to trade with France. Oh, wait a second. Well, it's not a bad... Yeah, no, we only get 8 from them because they're an ally, but they're not a puppet or anything. It's not a bad idea to trade with France because it's like you're giving them your industrial capacity in exchange for their resources. So if you're playing like a multiplayer game or you're playing with with the aim of keeping France alive, then it is worthwhile to trade with them even at the expense of your factories because you're kind of shoring them up as well against the Germans. Right, so there's a fairly large army reorganization. I just need to consolidate these armies and send them...
Well, it's 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
We started at 5:30.
No, exactly. I'm thinking we might end this here because there's a number of choices to make, and I also need to make a call, I think. But basically what I'll be doing is sending these armies down here to prepare for... Even though Italy won't necessarily declare war on us at the same time as Germany, we really need to have troops in place to to just seize control of this very, very quickly. And it's kind of neat because like this is all desert, but this is mountains. So we'll put our mountain core up here and we'll use the tanks and we'll just drive a wedge through them right there.
Okay. Is there like a railroad line or something that to follow?
There is a railroad line. Let's look at it here. There's a railroad line that's like not particularly well oriented. Could be interesting to use the mountain core here and to drive along the railroad line there. I've never tried that before, actually. Usually when I do this, I just cut straight across here, and then I grab this port, so I can support supply from there. And that's usually enough to really fuck up Italy's supply. I mean, they've got a port over here too, but there's no rail line that links that port to here. So this entire Italian army is out of supply very quickly, and you're able to capture something like 250,000 Italian troops. That's usually how many they have. About 250,000 Italian troops in a very quick campaign. It just takes a long time to move through the mountains. So, but I think actually using the mountain troops as a spearhead along the Addis Ababa Djibouti rail line here could be. I guess that rail line goes all the way to Addis Ababa and goes down to Mogadishu here, which is kind of cool. Apparently, all these rail lines are kind of real. They were real, you know. They were. That's what was there. You can see, like, the other thing we could do, for example, is we could extend our rail line from Port Sudan here all the way down to, what is this called, Mombasa. You know, like we could create, this was something the British were trying to do in the interwar period, create a, what do they call it? Cairo to the Cape. That was their...
really?
Yeah, one of the elaborate British plans that I think was essentially nixed by the Great Depression was the Cape to Cairo rail line, which I don't think exists. No. British Russian Protected Twin, thanks for subscribing. That's awesome. We are going to, and you know what though, before I end the stream, I'm gonna post a link to the Discord, so please feel free to join us on Discord. I'm just gonna do that right now. I've got to open I almost forgot to do it. Blair Eric asked me to do it earlier. I should have done it earlier. I might start allowing Discord, like I might put it in the video description or something like that temporarily, like a 2-week link or something like that. But let me just open up the stream here on YouTube so I can do that. Hang tight. Yeah, because we have a small but growing Discord community. Oh, there we go. View and live control room. I want to take this server here and invite people. There we go. And then you guys can come and hang out with us on Discord. Because, yeah. So, yeah, anyway, this has been pretty awesome. I've very much enjoyed this live stream. And, yeah, we'll do this again soon.
Rock and roll.
So, thanks for watching, and see you next time.